Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Russia and Ukraine agree to swap over 300 prisoners of war at peace talks. The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie makes an emotional plea for the return of her missing mother. The United Nations Secretary General warns of humanitarian collapse in Cuba if the U.S. moves to block all oil from entering the Caribbean island. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to exchange over 300 prisoners after so-called productive peace talks in Abu Dhabi today. U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff said while significant work remains, such steps show there is sustained diplomatic engagement when it comes to ending the conflict. Meanwhile, the last nuclear weapons control treaty between the U.S. and Russia has expired, raising concerns there could be a new arms race. We're now joined by defense and security analyst Tobias Elwood. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon to you.
So, Tobias, let's start with the Ukraine-Russia peace talks here in Abu Dhabi. There's agreement on a prisoner swap, but is there any real movement towards peace? What actually came out of these talks, and what happens next?
Well, two good points there. The first is the prisoner swaps, and this is what negotiations behind the scenes, the back channels often do. They're able to conduct agreements, but they're very low level indeed. The bigger question, as you imply, is how do we then move forward with any form of ceasefire, indeed long-term stability? And that is still a long, long way. Congratulations to Abu Dhabi for hosting these talks and making a little progress. But the big issue remains. Who will support Ukraine in protecting it in the longer term? And is Ukraine about to give up a fifth of its country to Russia and then expect everybody simply to go home and return to normal? The Ukrainians know that isn't the case. They're very scared and concerned that Russia will simply rearm, regroup, and do it all again. And that is the big stumbling block that prevent negotiations from moving forward.
And Tobias, the last remaining U.S.-Russia nuclear treaty, New START, has now expired. Why did this treaty matter so much, and what does its end mean for nuclear risk moving forward?
Well, it's such an important issue for us to get our heads around. I mean, the reason why we didn't enter Armageddon, the reason why even the Cuban Missile Crisis didn't escalate is because of the back channels, the communications between the Kremlin and the White House that recognized how dangerous our world was with these weapons in existence. Not only that, but stockpiling thousands upon thousands of these was simply senseless because it would lead to complete destruction of absolutely everything. So agreements were made over time, some small and some large. And it's a testament to just how dangerous our world is today that we've not been able to renegotiate and keep these treaties going. And at the same time, the nuclear club has increased. There are other countries that are now increasing their own stockpiles or looking to develop weapon systems themselves with no agreements, no restrictions, no guardrails as to how it's been done, no inspections that are taking place. That is a very, very dangerous place for the world to be in.
Dangerous. So are we now witnessing the start of a new nuclear arms race?
Well, there's no doubt about it that if there are no rules in place, there are no inspectors to check, then individual countries will do what they need to do to remain safe. We've just been talking about Ukraine. They once had weapons. They were part of the Soviet Union. But I'm sure they are now questioning as to the wisdom of them getting rid of those nuclear stockpiles. You know, perhaps that would have deterred Russia from invading in the first place. That is that's the algorithm. That's the question that many countries are asking themselves. If I get the nuclear weapon, then I am then protected. I have a serious deterrent. And if we don't have these arms treaties, then yes, what's to stop any individual countries taking their nuclear waste that they use from civil reactors and turning them into a weapon?
Well, Tobias, nevertheless, the Kremlin insists that Russia will remain a responsible, they said, nuclear power. Without treaties in place, what does responsible actually look like for Russia? Should we believe this?
Well, yeah, whether we believe Russia or not, that's the first question. And they might be responsible. I think given their pedigree, their background, their history, their experience of the Cold War, I would suspect that there would be a sense of responsibility. But we have heard Donald Trump responding to threats by Putin, who wants to use tactical nuclear weapons. And then on top of that, we've got this issue of proliferation. Where else might the weapon systems that Russia uses spread into other countries as well? So it has a destabilizing effect, the fact that there aren't these rules in place to be able to prevent escalation, to prevent other countries from developing their own systems.
Well, it's not just Russia. The U.S. isn't rushing to renew the treaty either. President Donald Trump says he wants a better deal that also includes China. So how realistic is that? And what should we expect next from the U.S.?
Yeah, no conversation can take place about having new treaties in this modern day without including China. And then that again presents a problem because China doesn't even declare what weapons it's got on the nuclear front. We know it's got land, sea, and air capability because we see what they're developing. But the actual numbers of where they want to go with this, they absolutely need to be included in any long-term agreement. Getting all three nations around the table, that's what needs to happen. But in today's day and age, nobody's talking to anybody at the moment. Those back channels I referred to before are simply not happening because the absence of trust on the international stage.
And despite Trump expressing his desire to bring in China, China said that they will not participate in disarmament negotiations. Why is that, Tobias? Could it be because of the transparency issue you mentioned here?
I think it's partly because of the transparency issue. They said it's not what China likes to do, to declare, to open up in any form. That's against the China way. It's more that China wants to take the time over the next 5 to 10 years to catch up. They know that their arms, their numbers, their stockpiles are significantly smaller than Russia and indeed the United States. But every day, every week, every month, every year that we delay this, other countries, as I mentioned, will be able to develop the technology itself, making the world an ever more dangerous place.
And Tobias, I don't know if you saw this post on Twitter, I believe, but Russia's Security Council chief posted a cryptic message after the treaty expired, saying winter is coming, referencing Game of Thrones. So what did he mean by that? Is Russia even looking to renew a nuclear arms treaty with the U.S.?
No, I don't think it has any interest in doing anything with the US. It doesn't want to put anything down on paper. The biggest concern I have in the absence of all these treaties is a tactical nuclear weapon being used. We know the destructive power of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and so forth, these city killers as they're known. But the tactical nuclear weapon, something very, very small, but it's still a nuclear weapon. And were Putin to use one of those, you could easily see us breach that threshold of the world, quite rightly, putting this to bed, to not using any nuclear weapons for decades and decades, and suddenly we enter a new era of insecurity because a tactical nuclear weapon has been exploded.
Tobias, speaking of a new era, what do you think with this treaty expiring and with the whole geopolitical context in the world right now? What is this new era going to be without treaties in place?
You're absolutely right. This is the bigger picture that we're not getting our heads around. We are, at the moment in Britain, distracted by what's happening with the former US ambassador here to the United States, Peter Mendelsohn, Prince Andrew, then was. All these other things are dominating our headlines. More worryingly is the fact that we have an American president seeking to grab a bit of Greenland, disengaging from Europe, re-engaging with Russia, with Putin, the arch enemy of Europe. You have a breakdown of global order. You have President Trump wanting to introduce that international partnership of peace, a board of peace, bringing together autocratic nations, but not democratic states as well. If that goes ahead, it will see the end of the United Nations Security Council, the end of the United Nations, and it'll break down completely our current global order. These are phenomenal questions for us to get our head around. And for many people, they're just too large. And therefore, we keep focusing on the day-to-day matters.
Tobias Elwood, thank you so much for your perspective and analysis, as always.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined from Moscow by our correspondent, Dasha Chernyshova. Thank you for joining us today, Dasha.
Hello.
Hi, Dasha. On the Ukraine-Russia talks in Abu Dhabi, what does Moscow actually want out of these talks? Can you tell us, does Russia generally want peace?
Well, as we understand, the Russian side goes into these negotiations with the Ukrainian delegation with its position unchanged, and Moscow insists that there are red lines that would be ensuring that the peace in Ukraine that is being negotiated would actually be lasting, and those red lines have never changed. The Russian side has been saying that there should be no Ukrainian troops in Donbass. Russia has been saying no to Ukraine's potential membership in NATO and many other things which are non-starters for Ukraine. And we understand that these negotiations are difficult. However, the sides have been saying that there is some progress that is being made. We know that there are two separate tracks. One, the security groups that are talking from Russia and Ukraine. This is the track where the military are taken apart. And these are the talks where no light has been shed so far on what the substance of those talks actually is. The Russian side saying that there should be no megaphone diplomacy. So we understand that that's actually what might be taking place. But if you were to turn to your question whether Russia genuinely wants peace, we understand that Russia is open for the end to this conflict, which is about to enter its fifth year. And we understand that Russia has been trying to make sure that there is no re-eruption of this conflict in the decades to come. So from Moscow's perspective, any deal that is negotiated at this stage should be very carefully verified so that its impact would not be interrupted in just the next generation. And Russia has been saying that there are two ways Russia can either achieve its goal through the military means or through diplomacy. We understand that those things are going hand in hand with Russia continuing its operation in Ukraine on the battlefield and also the negotiating teams continuing to meet.
And Dasha, we mentioned this earlier, but I wanted your perspective on it. Russia's Security Council chief posted a cryptic message on Twitter after the treaty expired saying winter is coming. So what is he signaling with this message?
Well, you have to keep in mind that it is Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russia, who was the one signing the New START with Barack Obama, the then president of the United States. It was back in 2010 in Prague that the two sides were holding this very important meeting and the signature process. So now that this treaty has not been extended, that the new treaty has not been renegotiated, and even though Moscow has suggested that there has to be an extension for 12 more months until there is the proper new treaty negotiated by the sides, Moscow says that's obviously a very dangerous moment. But if we look into what's going to happen with regards to those nuclear arsenals, Moscow has been saying that it will exercise restraint, suggesting that it will be carefully analyzing the overall security situation before making any decisions on the possible expansion of its nuclear arsenal. But Dmitry Medvedev is known for his hawkish stance when it comes to the West and when it comes to his harsh comments. Obviously, that's a message that the sides, the international community, Russia and the United States, have to think twice before they let such treaties go away.
And Dasha, Putin's special envoy says that Russia is working with the Trump administration to restore U.S.-Russia economic ties. So does this point to perhaps sanctions relief coming soon? And could it be actually a condition of peace that's being discussed in Abu Dhabi?
Well, we understand that there are two separate tracks in these negotiations that are taking place between Russia and the United States. One that is related to the Ukrainian settlements, the other one that is related to the bilateral ties between Moscow and Washington. And Kirill Dmitriev is particularly working with Steve Witkoff from the American side on trying to restore the cooperation between Moscow and Washington on the economic track. It is not clear at this stage whether Russia is actually looking at the sanctions relief. But the two sides have been indicating that post-Ukrainian settlements, and it is very important to keep in mind that they are not talking about economic cooperation before that settlement comes into force. There are immense prospects for Russia and the United States to cooperate. They have been talking about different projects, including in the Arctic. And Moscow has been saying that they would welcome the American companies to work on those very important projects. So at this stage, we understand that they are negotiating, but any negotiations that is taking place on this economic track depends on how the sides proceed and succeed in settling the Ukrainian conflict down. And that's a very complex matter.
And the nuclear treaty between the U.S. and Russia has now expired, as we've been reporting. Moscow says that it will remain a responsible nuclear power. In Russia's view, what does responsible really mean, Dasha?
Well, we understand that Moscow believes that the country that possesses nuclear weapons should be very responsible, and that has always been the position of the Kremlin and the Russian Foreign Ministry. They have been issuing numerous statements about that, even amid geopolitical tensions running high between Russia and the West. So with regard to that, Moscow maintains that it is going to assess the security situation and stability situation very thoroughly before making any decisions on its nuclear arsenal, be it about the expansion of this arsenal, be it about the potential use of any of those. But Russia is not talking about using the nuclear weapons. Russia does regard those as the means of deterrence. But we have been seeing that there are many comments made by the politicians, for instance, Russian lawmakers or former ministers, who are saying that nuclear weapons is something that every country has to have in this unpredictable world. The recent such example was when Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, has been taken by the Americans to the United States. And this is back when the other politicians here have been saying that it's good that Russia has those types of weapons. But at this stage, we understand Moscow says that any country that possesses of nuclear weapons has to be responsible. And with regard to that, Russia has also been pointing a finger at France and the United Kingdom that potentially could also become part of a new arrangement if the sides decide to negotiate a new deal on arms control curbs.
Dasha Chernyshova, thank you for joining us from Moscow. The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie and her family have made an emotional plea for her missing mother. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared in the middle of the night just a few days ago, and investigators suspect she was abducted and say they're looking into an alleged ransom note. Here's a clip from her family's emotional plea.
Mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive.
We can now go live to Washington with our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Catalina. Yes, you heard that emotional plea there from Savannah Guthrie. She's a well-known, well-loved NBC news anchor here in the United States and around the world, of course. And she went on to say that a light is missing from our lives. She gave that emotional video plea, sat alongside her brother and her sister, and 5 days on, there are still no confirmed sightings, no proof of life. Now, interestingly, in that video, you heard a direct appeal from the family of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie saying, we are ready to listen, and requesting some kind of proof of life. They were speaking, it seems, directly to whoever might have taken her. Really important because investigators at this stage, and from the beginning of the investigation, so she was dropped off on Saturday night. That's the last time she was seen. On Sunday morning, when she didn't go to church, her family were notified and she was reported missing. And right from the get-go, the local authorities were saying this wasn't a voluntary disappearance. There were indications that this could be some kind of abduction. There have been some developments at the crime scene itself at Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. Police resealing off the area and going back into the house after having previously said they were done searching that crime scene. So it looks like they're back, they're looking for clues. And actually, Catalina, in just a few hours' time, we are expecting a press conference to be held with an update on exactly where the investigation is at this stage.
And Sarah, with the search now in its 5th day and no confirmed proof of life just yet, what are investigators' priorities at this point?
They've really been looking at video footage. They've been talking to the neighbours in the area. We know that they have carried out this intense search and have called on the public to get in touch. You can see up on the screen, they've put that missing person sign out. They've really been looking to the public, and in particular the community in Tucson, Arizona, for help in this investigation. We know that Nancy Guthrie, they think, was taken potentially in her sleep. She had her wallet, her phone left behind in the home. There's later emerged details that there was blood seen around the doorstep, although it's not confirmed by DNA tests whose blood that might be. Extremely concerning, of course, for the family, as you heard in that heartbreaking video plea. You know, Savannah Guthrie really humanizing her mother, describing her as kind, loyal, loving, and saying that a light was missing from the family's lives. And she went on to say, look, your children will not stop. They're going to keep searching for her until she is found, until she is brought home. So the hope is still very much alive. But at this stage, there hasn't been much in the way, it seems, of progress in the investigation. And we also know that the FBI have stepped in. They are assisting local authorities. And President Trump himself has phoned Savannah Guthrie and is aware of this very tragic situation that's continuing.
Speaking of Donald Trump, Sarah, he said that he's deploying all sources to get Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy, home. So what can the president do in a situation like this?
Well, he's reached out. He had that phone call that's been confirmed, saying that he's thinking about Savannah Guthrie and her family, and of course, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Her mother, Savannah's mother, Nancy, has a medical condition, issues with her heart. She needs medication. So we've seen the FBI here stepping in to assist local authorities. That will be really important in sort of kicking up the investigation up again, just making sure there is no stone unturned, because of that medical issue, Catalina, you've got the family really facing a race against time to find Nancy Guthrie, which is why in that video appeal, very importantly, they said, look, in the age of misinformation, we need proof of life. Now, that is on the back of reports that there have been various ransom notes that have been sent to various TV media outlets. They haven't yet been been substantiated by any law enforcement. Perhaps a little later on today, when we get that update from investigators, we might hear more about that. But Savannah Guthrie and her family really appealing to whoever has Nancy Guthrie to talk to her, they say. She is a special person. She is their beacon of light, the heart of their family, and they want her returned home.
That's right, Sarah. Now turning to another topic now. What's prompted this partial withdrawal of federal immigration agents from Minnesota, and how significant is it in practical terms?
Yes, so you've had this partial drawdown, if you like, of immigration enforcement officers. You've had some, it's thought 7,000 officers withdrawn from the area. Crucially, though, we do know that there is still remaining 700 federal immigration agents that have left the area. 2,300 agents remain. So that gives you an idea of the scale of the enforcement operation that is still ongoing. You've had President Trump come out in an interview and he said, look, perhaps we could, I quote, have used a softer touch. And for the first time, he came out quite strongly saying when it came to the deaths in Minneapolis at the hands of ICE agents, of Rene Good and Alex Pretty, I wasn't happy with what happened. That is stronger language than we have heard from the president before. But he did go on to say in an interview this week that he was going to be behind backing law enforcement. So clearly the operation is ongoing, but what you've had is the outgoing Greg Bovino. He was heading up these operations. He was the head of the border agency. He was pushed aside, essentially, and you've had the White House's border czar, Tom Homan, coming in. He's considered a very experienced hand in these situations, and so under him, with his new plan, we've seen the withdrawal of those hundreds of immigration officers, but thousands remaining in Minneapolis. And so local organizers saying it's good that it is being wound down to some extent, but they're still concerned about the scale of the ongoing operations in their state.
Sarah Firth, thank you for joining us today. Cost of living concerns are taking center stage as Japan heads to the polls this weekend for a snap general election. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is hoping to capitalize on her sky-high approval ratings to strengthen the governing coalition's position in the country's legislature. Patrick Folk reports.
For many voters in Japan, rising food costs is becoming a key issue in this weekend's lower house vote. Food accounts for nearly 30% of average household spending, the highest among G7 economies, and a primary driver of overall inflation in the country. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has vowed to suspend a levy on food for 2 years to offer some relief. But not all are convinced.
If they're so keen on reducing consumption tax, why didn't they do that already? Given that they have been in power, it's not like a change of government or even an election is necessary for the Takaichi government to lower consumption tax. So it's a defensive move, which is largely designed to try to depress the salience of this issue, which is seen as a vote loser for the LDP potentially.
Still, according to one recent poll, Takaichi's Liberal Democratic Party will exceed a majority of 233 seats up for grabs in Japan's Diet. Winning a greater share of the legislature would strengthen the Prime Minister's economic agenda, including accelerated defense spending. It could also solidify Takaichi's position as a leader for the long term, marking a shift away from Japan's revolving door politics. She's the country's fourth prime minister to take office since Shinzo Abe stepped down 6 years ago.
We keep changing prime ministers way too often. This time, Japan got its first female prime minister, Ms. Takaichi. But, you know, her term so far has been quite short, and people abroad will probably think, oh, Japan just changed leaders again. I feel that it would be better if she could stay in office longer and understand our country more deeply and handle diplomacy with other countries more effectively.
Worsening relations with China is also on some voters' minds. Takaichi triggered a diplomatic dispute with Beijing in November after suggesting Japan might intervene in the event of an attack by China on Taiwan. But Beijing's furious response may have backfired and boosted Takaichi's popularity ratings at home. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. China's leader Xi Jinping has said Taiwan is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations, as he warned President Donald Trump that the U.S. should carefully handle arms sales to the island during a phone call. Trump said his call with Xi was excellent and that ties between the two countries are extremely good. The U.S. president is due to visit China in April, a trip he says he very much looks forward to. One man has died in Portugal and a woman is missing after Storm Leonardo battered the Iberian Peninsula of Spain with heavy rains. It's also forced thousands to evacuate. Officials are warning Storm Marta is also expected to hit the region over the weekend. A rare phantom jellyfish has been spotted during an expedition examining deep-sea ecosystems near Argentina. The giant phantom jellyfish can grow up to 1 meter in diameter, with its arms reaching up to 10 meters long. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned of a humanitarian collapse in Cuba if the United States moves to block all oil from the Caribbean island. It comes amid severe fuel shortages that have caused blackouts and pushed up prices of food and transportation. We can now go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent, Tony Waterman. Tony, President Trump says he's in high-level talks with Cuba. What should we expect from these discussions? Anything imminent?
Well, it's unclear if the talks are actually happening yet. The Cuban deputy foreign minister told CNN on Wednesday that the countries have not yet established a bilateral dialogue, but that they had been exchanging some messages that were linked to the highest levels of Cuba's government. When and if these talks do happen, it's very much expected that the United States is going to take a hardline approach, a maximum leverage type strategy aimed to force the Cuban government to abandon its socialist system. Trump has expressed confidence that the deal or a deal will be made with Cuba that will make Cuba free again, describing the island as a failing resource-strapped nation. Just to kind of put this in context for everybody, the Secretary of State in the United States, Marco Rubio, he is of Cuban heritage. His parents actually emigrated to the U.S. back in the mid-1950s, and he has been very outspoken throughout his political career about Cuba, and his anti-communist political views are very much driven and heavily influenced by his parents' own experience in Cuba. So there's been a lot of discussion about what sort of influence Marco Rubio has had in what is taking place, not just in Cuba, but what has also taken place in Venezuela last month, and the influence that he has over the president right now.
And Cuba says it's open to dialogue with the U.S., but rules out any talks about leadership change. So how limiting is that in terms of compromise?
Well, the Trump administration hasn't really explicitly tried to frame this as a strategy that is focused on regime change, although Marco Rubio has said that he would love to see that happen in Cuba. But it's not something that the U.S. would necessarily act on solely. Cuba, as you mentioned, has explicitly stated that it is not willing to discuss regime change or even changing its constitution. So this could be slightly limiting in talks going forward. But the focus could very easily shift to things that the two countries could find agreement on. So Cuba has said that it's open to meaningful dialogue on issues like regional security or drug trafficking. Both of these issues have become very pivotal to the Trump's administration's national security strategy. There may also be room for negotiation on things like the release of political prisoners or actions that Cuba can take towards becoming a more market-based economy. The U.S. obviously has a lot of leverage here after it toppled the Maduro regime, or at least Nicolas Maduro himself in Venezuela just last month. It had been one of the main suppliers of oil to Cuba. So this has really been exacerbated. This lack of oil going into Cuba has really been exacerbated by Trump's executive order earlier that essentially puts an oil blockade in and around Cuba, cutting off oil supplies to the island and threatening tariffs on nations that send oil to the country.
That's right, Tony, because reports suggest that Cuba has just 15 to 20 days of oil left at current demand. So how is this oil blockade affecting the country already? We might be having a problem to connect with Tony Waterman. We'll get back to her soon. Let's take a look at the top business news. The Washington Post has announced 1/3 of its staff will be terminated from the company. It comes as the U.S. newspaper owned by Jeff Bezos undergoes a major restructuring with cuts impacting staff across multiple departments. Silver prices have dropped sharply by as much as 16.7% during the Asian trading session. That's after a record-breaking rally that led to an all-time high last week. Turning to sport now. Italy has reportedly foiled cyber attacks with Russian origin targeting the Winter Olympics. Italian foreign minister said websites and hotels linked to the games were targeted. Formula One world champion Lando Norris says he expects more chaos in races this year as a result of the new rules. The sports had its biggest regulation change in history, with engines, chassis, fuel, and tires all subject to new requirements. A reminder of our top stories. Russia and Ukraine agree to swap over 300 prisoners of war at peace talks. The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie makes an emotional plea for the return of her missing mother. The United Nations Secretary General warns of humanitarian collapse in Cuba if the U.S. moves to block all oil from entering the Caribbean island. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today we continue to track the political fallout from the latest Epstein files in Britain, where Keir Starmer faces mounting pressure from his own party, alongside fresh revelations in the US about Epstein's influence. Also, we'll be looking at a major shift in America's immigration crackdown, as well as high-stakes diplomacy as US-Iran talks are pulled back from the brink. We'll start with British media, which remains in shock after the latest Epstein files release, with new disclosures compounding a scandal that shows no sign of fading. Outlets spotlighted new political shockwaves from the latest release, like fresh disclosures about Peter Mandelson that triggered a police investigation, also forced Parliament to take control of document releases, and deepened pressure on Keir Starmer. Coverage focused less on Epstein himself and more on the Westminster fallout, Labour unrest, leadership doubts, and demands for transparency. The Telegraph reports that Angela Rayner has led a backbench revolt that forced Keir Starmer into a rapid climb down over the Peter Mandelson scandal, of course linked to Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, Labour MPs stripped Number 10, Downing Street, of course, of control over document releases, handing oversight to Parliament's Intelligence Committee in a sharp blow to Starmer's authority. The piece frames the episode as a crisis of leadership, with mounting calls for accountability inside the Labour Party and growing doubts over Prime Minister's judgment. The Times reconstructs how Keir Starmer approved Peter Mandelson as US ambassador despite being warned of his continued friendship with Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein's conviction. The analysis draws on Cabinet Office vetting files and internal exchanges showing Starmer knew of the relationship but underestimated its depth, relying heavily on advisors. Also, it portrays an appointment driven by political calculation and personal networks, now unraveling into a credibility crisis that also leaves the Prime Minister exposed and Labour deeply unsettled. The Guardian also argues that Keir Starmer is facing mounting pressure from his own Labour Party MPs after admitting he knew about Peter Mandelson's friendship with Epstein before appointing him ambassador. The piece describes a near Commons defeat, with Angela Rayner stepping in, as we said, to force the release of vetting documents. It notes also MPs warn the disclosures could trigger a leadership challenge, portraying a party in open revolt and a Prime Minister fighting to contain a rapidly deepening crisis. In the US, coverage has moved on from the document dump itself to who's under scrutiny after Jeffrey Epstein. Headlines now focus on fallout for figures like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Yet the story is still in the news. It's no longer the lead story, yet it is folded instead into wider political accountability reporting. Yet the New York Times shows how Jeffrey Epstein quietly embedded himself in Silicon Valley after his 2008 conviction, using capital to buy access to fast-growing startups.
The piece explains that newly released files reveal investments in Coinbase, advice from Peter Thiel on Palantir and Spotify as well, and contacts tied to Elon Musk. It argues Epstein leveraged venture networks and prestige to keep deals flowing, exposing how investors and founders enabled his influence despite mounting scrutiny. Politico details how Jeffrey Epstein received extraordinary VIP treatment at Mount Sinai Health System even after his conviction. Newly released Justice Department files show Epstein gaining rapid access to doctors, home visits, and personalized care, while donating at least $250,000 to the hospital. Correspondence involving surgeon Jess Ting reveals favors ranging from cosmetic requests to emergency scans. The investigation argues that Epstein leveraged donations and elite connections to secure preferential medical access, exposing uncomfortable overlaps between philanthropy, power, and patient care. The Economist argues the Mandelson affair has become Britain's most serious political scandal in years, putting Prime Minister Keir Starmer under intense pressure. It argues that Starmer backed Peter Mandelson despite clear warning signs linked to Jeffrey Epstein. The column says Starmer's promise to clean up politics gave way to political convenience, exposing weak leadership and insider decision-making. Its conclusion is stark. The scandal now threatens not just individual careers, but the credibility of Starmer's government itself. Another big national story in America is the ICE pullback in Minneapolis, driven by the fatal shootings and growing political backlash. Coverage focused on the scale of the withdrawal, protests, and demands for tighter rules on agents. The Washington Post tracks Tom Burges, who announced that 700 ICE and Customs and Borders Protection officers will immediately leave Minneapolis, cutting the federal deployment from about 3,000 to roughly 2,300. Now, the piece explains that the pullback follows weeks of unrest and the fatal shootings of 2 U.S. citizens by federal agents. It also notes that Burges framed the move as an initial step towards ending Operation Metro Surge, citing increased cooperation from local jails. However, Minnesota leaders said the reduction falls short and renewed calls for the operation to end entirely. Internationally, the Iran story has been treated as a major foreign policy moment. Outlets focused on whether talks between the United States and Iran would collapse or resume after sharp warnings from Donald Trump and pressure from Arab allies. Coverage also highlighted Ali Khamenei's crackdown at home and the scramble to restart negotiations in Muscat. The Times of Israel reports that U.S.-Iran talks were salvaged after sharp rhetoric from Donald Trump, who warned Ali Khamenei to be very worried before both sides confirmed Friday negotiations in Oman. Now, the piece frames the moment as a fragile reset after a dispute over scope, with Washington insisting any deal should indeed cover missiles and regional proxies. It also highlights Israeli pressure led by Benjamin Netanyahu and Iran's narrower nuclear-only stance voiced by Abbas Araghchi, underscoring how close diplomacy came to collapse. And we'll end with Israel Hayom, which explains how regional pressure pulled Washington and Tehran back from the brink, with Arab allies persuading Donald Trump to proceed with talks in Muscat, despite Iran's refusal to discuss missiles. The piece frames the moment as a fragile diplomatic reset, shaped as much by Gulf anxieties as by U.S. strategy. Ali Khamenei is cast as defiant yet pragmatic, while American officials signal skepticism, suggesting negotiations are continuing more out of alliance management than out of confidence in a breakthrough. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
There's been intense debate and misinformation about whether Alex Preddy, the Minneapolis man killed by ICE agents, was armed when he was shot. And a lot of that hinges on one big question: where was the gun? Here's what evidence says. Federal officials claim Preddy approached agents with a handgun and threatened them.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
But multiple videos from the scene show something different. Preddy is seen holding a phone, not a gun, moments before the confrontation. One widely shared clip even shows an agent searching his body after shots were fired and saying, "Where's the gun?" So what happened? Video and forensic analysis suggests that Preddy was disarmed by an agent. In this video, you can see an officer removing a gun from Preddy's waistband while he was on the ground. And then 10 shots were fired. Seconds after the first shot is fired, the officer in a gray jacket is heard saying, "I got the gun," and walks towards the officers surrounding Preddy. Crucially, no video so far shows Preddy waving or pointing a gun at officers before he was shot. Legal experts and bystanders point out, carrying a gun with a permit is legal in Minnesota, and carrying is not the same as threatening. So far, there is no available footage showing Preddy aiming or displaying a weapon, evidence that would be required to support claims he posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
A brave new hope for Britain, or just a rebranded version of the Tories? 3 high-profile Conservative Party MPs have defected to Reform in the past 3 weeks alone. It's the latest sign of Reform UK's growing popularity, but does it also signal an identity crisis? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Welcome to this special interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Joanne Surya. Today we're in Riyadh for the Live Golf season opener, and I'm joined by Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill. Scott,
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thanks
and
for having
welcome
me.
back to Al Arabiya English, actually.
Yes, it's terrific.
So this is not only the Live Golf season opener, you're marking 1 year since you became CEO. Can you reflect on the past year?
Well, it's the most fun I've ever had. Walking into a new industry, one that is so rooted in tradition and history, has been quite a blessing. And when you merge that with some of the great superstars in the world like Bryson DeChambeau and John Rahm and Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson and Cam Smith, you have the opportunity for some magic. And having spent most of my career in the U.S., the opportunity to travel the world, the opportunity you have to go to Riyadh and then Australia and Hong Kong and Singapore, and the UK and South Africa and Mexico, it feels like kind of the opportunity of a lifetime. And to see a sport like golf, one that is so rooted in helping develop and evolve our values. And for me, I know you don't golf much yet, but I know there's opportunity. I know for me, I find humility out there. It's a very difficult game. Resilience, consistency, hard work, this notion of that focus on the flag mentality, that you have somewhere to go, a place to go, and you go get it. There's all those great values that we've seen this great game go around the world and help drive. I think it makes the world a little bit better.
And you've actually been in charge of some incredible franchises in the past. We were just talking about the NBA, New York Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, you were with the NFL, the NHL. Are the fundamentals of your role the same despite changing to golf, coming from basketball and American football. How has that transition been for you?
Well, running a sports league is very different from running a sports team, that's for sure. There's so many different demands and interactions on my time and effort. But the actual fundamentals of the business are almost exactly the same. You know, you have to manage your brand, you have to drive impact in the community, you have to figure out what your media strategy is now, what social media and traditional media strategies. You have to sell sponsorships and tickets, and generally create a world-class experience. And that's one thing I would like to take full credit for, but I will tell you, this team here at Live Golf, when I walked in and saw this first experience at Riyadh Golf Club last year, and the team here, Noah, does an absolutely amazing job, not only with Golf Saudi, it's one of his properties here. So when you walk on site, you understand what world class looks like. It's been pretty incredible.
And you did mention we are at Riyadh Golf Club right now. This is the second year where the venue has held the first tournament of the season. Is this a permanent fixture?
Look, we will be in Riyadh until the end of time. This is an emerging golf market, absolutely. If you come out and see and experience Live Golf in Riyadh, you will see like nothing you've ever quite seen before. It's live at night, so we play under the lights, which is really special and very unique to golf. It's the only major tournament ever to be played under the lights. There's a carnival-like atmosphere. There's an incredible family zone. There's a laser light show at night. I mean, it is something absolutely spectacular. So, and we have an incredible lineup of concerts. So whether you love golf and you're a hardcore golfer, whether you're just learning to play, whether you watch it on television, whether you watch Bryson DeChambeau on YouTube videos, or whether you're just interested in coming out with your friends or family and have a good time, this is the place to be.
And so would you say Saudi Arabia is becoming like a golfing hub? Is the game growing here?
Well, I'd rather say it's more like my second home. I spend quite a bit of time here and absolutely love it. I've fallen in love with the people, the culture, the experiences. This notion of a hospitality mindset is actually spectacular. And in terms of what Golf Saudi, I mentioned Noah Alireza before. He's on our board at Live Golf, and he's charged with growing this game. And he was walking me through. They've got 7 more courses that they're about to build here. It's a market of opportunity and growth, and it's certainly one of the fastest growing golf markets in the world.
And you did mention that Live season opener is played under the lights. How does that change things for players? Does it make it hard to gauge distances? Does it make depth perception more difficult? What's the experience like?
You know, I got my second taste of golf under the lights last night playing in the Pro-Am. And so I can tell you, for the players, these are world-class athletes. For amateurs like me that are just trying to survive and get through a round, it's a bit challenging. You know, it definitely impacts depth perception. There's some shadows that are quite different, but I think that the team at Live has done such an extraordinary job setting us up for success. It's as if you're in almost every hole. It's like playing in the day. I love the backdrop of the night. I love watching the sunset when I went out. So it has the beauty and starkness of the night. But I think our players will be just fine.
So 2026 will be Live's most global season yet. 14 events across 10 countries, 5 different continents. How essential is it for you to grow the game of golf?
Well, it's kind of what gets us out of bed in the morning. It's our mission to grow the game of golf. To be able to go from Asia and Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, Australia in one season, it is, I hope you can tell by the smile on my face, it's just exciting and fun. And this notion of and sometimes these jobs can be difficult and sometimes they can be challenging, and occasionally travel can get you feel like a bit of a grind. And I just always think of like those little kids at these events, and they're starstruck and they're looking up at these incredible stars. And Sergio Garcia will go up and take a selfie, or Waco Neiman will go up and give a little kid a hug. And I just think like those kids, they're the future of the sport. Maybe some of them will be great players. Maybe they'll just be incredible fans, or maybe they'll be lifelong golfers. But these touches and moments you have with some of the greatest stars in the world, those are the types of moments that spark interest and greatness. And I think that mission is so pure.
So there are some changes. Live tournaments will now move to 4 days of competition, 54 holes to 72. What's the reason behind these changes?
Well, I will say like there's so much opportunity to grow. Whenever you're part of a business that's only 4 years old, You know, we wake up every morning and it feels like we ask ourselves, the first question we ask ourselves in the morning is, what if? You know, what if we change? And we have the ability and the flexibility and the freedom to go try and test and sometimes succeed and sometimes trip and fall. And having a chairman like Yasser Al-Rumayyan, who's, I feel like he's, if not the greatest leader in the world, and certainly one of the most wonderful people in the world. You know, we are empowered. We are certainly guided and led and inspired, but we have this chance to go try and test new things. And for us, this is such an evolution of progress. And I think you've just started to see the early beginnings of what's going to be the most dominant global sports league in the world.
And prize money has also been enhanced this year. Individual purses remain at substantial $20 million per event. Team prize money has doubled from $5 million to $10 million per tournament. That's quite an incentive to do well.
It sure is. It's certainly a wonderful day to be a professional golfer and certainly a live golfer. I think that what we've been able to see and experience, one is we've been able to attract some of the greatest stars in the game, both the legends, the superstars of today and the superstars of tomorrow. The second piece on team prize money is very interesting. It's interesting in that it will help our teams become profitable quicker. And as we've had so much inbound interest in acquiring stakes in our teams, that we've actually just hired a bank and we're actually taking inbound conversations. And so all of this work, all of the incredible players, the world-class events, the getting to travel the world, the creating actually value in businesses with the teams for the first time in golf is a pretty exciting opportunity.
And onto the news of the official World Golf rankings. We've seen some movement from the OWGR, but with points limited to the top 10 in the live games. So that means live remains more restricted than other tours. 5 seasons in, what do you think is driving this continued restriction?
Well, I remember reading a book when I was in high school called A Tale of Two Cities. And the book opens with a great line. It says, it was the best at times, it was the worst at times. And I think any time you were trying to insert yourself into change, and in particular in a very traditional sport, there's sometimes resistance. And that has to be okay. Like, that's what we signed up for, that's what we understand. And in terms of world ranking points, what a great testament. You know, we have some of the people who have the most to lose, the 2 tours that have the most to lose in the world are actually voting members on that group. Can you imagine? The commissioner of the PGA, the head of the DP World Tour. And so from our perspective, you know, what a great vote of confidence for them to say, okay, we'll give you points. Now, on the other hand, it's a bit unprecedented, you know. In every other event that they have across the, you know, hundreds of tours that they sanction, if there are no cuts, you know, only 15% of the field gets no points. In our case, it's 82% of the field. So that didn't feel great, you know, and I'm hoping that this is the first step of many steps up the flight of stairs where we'll actually be ranked and recognized where we actually should be, which I think is the greatest, deepest, most talented, strongest strength of field international golf in the world.
And what about the Live Golf PGA Tour merger? Are negotiations still happening on that? And where are we? Where are we with that?
You know, the PGA Tour is a tremendous tour. I think their entire focus is on the U.S. So, you know, strategically it would make sense if we're the dominant tour outside the U.S. And we continue to have talks back and forth. Sometimes they heat up, sometimes they slow down. But our entire focus right now is starting this season.
And let's switch gears a bit and talk about social media. You did mention that earlier. It's been a year since golf YouTuber Rick Shields signed with Liv as the content ambassador, and the access he's been given directly to players is incredible. And then you have Bryson has his channel with his Future Break 50. Ian Poulter has started his own YouTube channel. How is social media growing not only Liv's profile, but the game of golf online?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing for the first time in golf, for sure, is you're seeing most of the personalities who matter have congregated into one league, and that's Liv. And with that, there's so much personality and so much fun. And social media, in particular YouTube, golf has absolutely taken off, but their Instagram channels are just as good. Phil Mickelson's another one. He's 55 years old, and he's embraced Grant Horvath and grown his channel at a rapid rate. And so I think it really, it's fun, and sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's instructive, but probably most importantly to me is it locks in right on our mission, and that's to grow the game. And so sometimes we grow the game by the incredible fans that'll come out this weekend. Other times traveling in the airport we'll meet fans. Other times it's during practice rounds we get the chance to reach, or an event with kids in one of our impact arm. And sometimes it's social media. And however we can inspire the next generation of golfers in the world, we're 100% for.
And recently you've announced sponsorship agreements with global heavyweights, HSBC, Rolex. These are long-standing pillars of elite golf. How important are these types of partnerships?
You know, for a young 4-year-old league, that's a pretty hefty endorsement, you know. And I'd add Aramco and Salesforce to those two, and those are 4 heavyweight powerhouse brands. And what they've each told us in a different way is it's very hard to find a truly global property. You know, outside of Formula One, we sometimes say we're the Formula One of golf, because it's really the only analogy. You know, as we go market to market around the world and offer high-end experiences, high-end hospitality, incredible, unmatched business-to-business opportunities, and golf is one of those sports that's a little different. You know, it's the most powerful sport in the world. I'd argue the most important sport in the world. And that's the case because most CEOs play golf. Most leaders around the world play golf. And as we go to Korea, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, what's really interesting is we find the leaders there, leaders of the free world. You know, it's pretty fun.
And what do you see for Saudi Arabia's future in terms of golf?
Well, for us, this will always be considered our most showcased event. I think when you have this kind of passion and dedication, interest, and a growing, emerging golfing base, I think this is going to be emerging as one of the hot spots for golf in the world.
And a fun question, who are you backing to win this weekend?
Okay.
Individual and team title.
Individual, I will say Jon Rahm. He was 1 stroke off the lead last year, missed a short putt that would have pushed, so I'm sure he's a bit aggravated. He's very fiery. And from a team end, Torquay, I think they're the favorites this week for me.
And before we wrap up, what's your message to the younger generation who maybe doesn't know much about golf but has a huge potential to get into the game, and those who are interested and they don't know maybe where to start, what to do? What do you say?
Well, I would say to the youth, I would say that, you know, you've seen participation and activity in the kingdom grow dramatically over the last 5 years with some really interesting initiatives coming through the government. Golf is a wonderful sport, okay? It will challenge your patience. You know, it will build your humility. It will test your character. It allows you to play with your mom and dad or your son and daughter all together. You know, so it's a multi-generational opportunity. It gets you outside in the beautiful sun, or sometimes under the lights like we play. And I think that if you haven't done it, you should give it a try.
And before we wrap up, last question, anything else you'd like to share? Any surprises? Anything coming up that we can expect?
The only thing I would say is, if you have not been to a golf event, you need to come here. You know, we are here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We are under the lights. It starts at 6 o'clock. If you love concerts, come. If you like a festival atmosphere, come on. We even have some amusement park rides. I mean, there is nothing like live golf, and I'd love to see you here.
Scott O'Neill, thank you so much for joining us. I really hope to see you again on Arabiya English.
I can't wait.
Thanks
for having me.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit, and that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce independence. You know, independence requires accountability, and accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this US administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of US industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the US. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the US, overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold, and we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, you know, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular have become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks are, you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. You know, when you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, you know, the .coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern. And at some point, earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can't sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk is, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months. okay, because they are volatile and we are, like you said, all-time highs, and we may get a correction and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuhrman. Thank you.
Thank you.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Wow, shukran.
Okay, we're going to start from the beginning and the retrospect moment. Have you always thought that you'd have a career as a performer?
You know, as a child, I live off of that energy of excitement and enthusiasm and inspiration, and I like how it feels to tell someone a story and they give their attention, and then when you get to the end of the story, there's the joyful release. So it's been something that I've loved my entire life, and then it's a natural part of me, and it became the energy of my desire to perform.
Throughout the years and all my interviews with you, I was thinking about it the other day. Is every time like a new world for you? It's a world of a movie.
Once you've started a film as a director,
You can actually feel the thing taking over. The film is telling you what it wants to be. And that's especially so in the cutting room, you know.
Exactly, you can make 10 movies in a cutting room, 10 different things.
Yes, I'll do a bunch of 3-minute films.
Yes, exactly.
After all these years and all your success, what is cinema to you?
It's life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's everything, as the festival says.
It's everything. I actually, strangely, and I don't know how to say it, the most important events of my life, I actually equate them to some kind of a film that I was doing at that time. So it's more than life.
The festival does want to, support and showcase female filmmakers and actresses. Fatima herself is an actress and filmmaker. You're an actress and a producer. And how important is it to be in the conversation of that and to kind of push and be all supportive of female filmmakers?
I mean, you're part of it. I think it is important, but that's sort of the byproduct of enjoying and wanting the conversation to be healthy and vibrant and constantly evolving. I mean, the conversation about filmmakers, it seems it's still sort of impossible for me to decide, we're going to speak about female or male. Let's just talk about filmmakers. But for me, it's a natural part of being around people who get great things done.
Show me how much you love hitting your shot.
I have to say that I asked Jackie Chan to teach me a kung fu move, and he said stick to interviewing Raya, so I'm going to stick to it.
Jackie, it's always such a pleasure to have you on the show. I want to go back to the beginning a little bit. You learned martial arts when you were young, and how much did it, influence you now that you're teaching it?
I'm pretty lucky. When I was 6 and a half, I'm in the martial arts school. It's called Northern Style. And after that, I was a child actor, then becoming a low-class stuntman, middle-class stuntman. Then when I finished my contract in my martial arts school, then I learned Southern Style. Judo, Hapkido, Taekwondo, boxing. Only those kind of plays can fit in us to release our energy. Training, then go home, sleep, then next day filming, then training.
I love this festival. I've attended before. They're incredibly hospitable, and I have many friends here in Saudi Arabia. And, I love that they're doing so much to empower people to tell stories.
I'm very excited. It's my first time at this festival, and it's my first time in Saudi. So I'm just happy to discover a new country and to learn about the traditions, to see the cinema, the Saudi cinema.
I love this event. This is the second time I've been here, and it's so beautiful. And it's just an honor to be back.
I'm very excited. I've never been to this particular film festival, and it's 5 years in and growing incrementally. It's wonderful how much great talent is coming in, but even more wonderful is the roster of films that represent Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Asia.
I have to be honest, I'm a really anxious person normally, so I'm really excited. I can tell that.
I've never been to a festival like this in the region. It's a region that I travel to a lot. I've been to Saudi before, I've come here with my family. So it's great to come here with work and bring, almost those two sides of me together in one place.
I think that the reality is it's such an international, global art form, so I'm happy to learn every day, so that's why I'm kind of here, really.
I was here 2 years ago with Jackie Chan for location scouting, and hope to make a movie in Saudi.
It's my first time here, so I'm excited to see how it's going. I've heard about the festival and how it does help young women directors, and I think it's great.
annual edition. I had 2 movies here, and one of them won the Best Saudi Film Award. So, yes,
happy to be here. It's really an honor. I didn't think I'd ever come here, so it's a beautiful place to see, and the people have been amazing.
There's a really wonderful range of films, from very artistic art house films, and they have quite big blockbuster fare that are being produced within the region. So I'm excited about that. Yeah.
Well, there are 38 films by female filmmakers, and so I'm really excited to see those. Yeah, I always feel as though women have a different perspective, and it's underrepresented. So I'm excited to see what women have to say this year.
I know a little bit. I know that we have 5 films from female directors. I know we have at least 1 debut. It seems like quite an eclectic mix.
I am not on the jury. I'm a little jealous of the jury because I've heard the lineup of films from all over the world is extraordinary, and I've sat on many juries, and it's like a crash course in storytelling, culture from all around the world, and the real fusion of people together.
Giant's playing tonight, so I'm curious about that. And then a good girlfriend of mine has a friend whose films in the festival, so I'm not on the jury, so I'm not going to see all of them.
Well, I know tonight they're having a premiere of Giant, and this story is very interesting to me because I'm of mixed race as well, and I think that many people in the world now are a mixture of different cultures, and to be able to honor both of the cultures that you come from, or more than one culture that you come from, is very, very important, and to tell stories that reflect that dichotomy is a beautiful thing.
I always knew that Amir in the dramatic parts of the film was going to be fantastic. He's a BAFTA winner, and he's going to be walking down a lot more awards carpets. He's that kind of actor. But we had to train him to be a boxer in 4 weeks, and the transformation he made, I think, should go down in history. I mean, I've personally never seen anything like it, but I've also never read or heard about anything like it. It was a true transformation in the shortest time, which is testament to his work ethic.
Hamed has done it! The Prince is champion of the world!
I think Anne-Marie Jack here has got a film here, Palestine 36, which is screening, which I'm excited to see again on a big screen. I've seen it. It's a beautiful film, phenomenal.
So I'm going to give you this award on behalf of the Red Sea Film Festival.
I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Stranger to the big epic film and a lot of extras and what it means to have those huge sets. When you're in an infrastructure that is burgeoning and new, how amazing is that on one hand because everybody's so enthusiastic, and on the other hand, what are the challenges?
Well, this was easily the most ambitious thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
And even though I've done, I guess, ambitious films in the past, the Planet of the Apes that I did, that was actually interestingly quite small, a practical film, because we were dealing with a lot of, it was a character drama in a way, and then post-production brought a lot of the scale to it.
And it's true that this doesn't have much visual effects, so this is
No, I mean, our visual effects company did an extraordinary job, and so they created the elephants and they created the hyenas.
But there's very little compared to the film.
Very little, yes, in terms of just the creature animation and things like that. And the landscapes, and that was the thing that we would always laugh about. We would see it through the lens of the camera, and we would say people are going to think that this is CGI, yeah. But it was all there, and so we were very fortunate. We had the opportunity just to sort of line up what we wanted and then make it happen.
How much did the film immerse you historically, and also how great was it that it was a true melting pot in many ways, in the story, in the context of it, in the cast, and everything?
Yeah, huge amount of research, and it was fascinating. But I think it was really, in many ways, a very simple goal for us, which was to tell the story of unity, because we start a story with very disparate tribes, different religions, cultures, languages, And through the eyes of this young girl, and against all odds, she's able to then unify these warring parties under one banner and fight off oppression, which I think is a timely story.
What a pleasure it is to finally be talking about Desert Warrior, Labor of Love. It's taken so much time for the film to be seen by an international audience. So how excited are you to watch it in a communal audience?
I think that's what I'm most intrigued by, is I've seen the movie by myself in a theatre environment, but not with an audience, and it's a very unique film, so I'm very curious to see what people make of it. And it's been a very long journey, as you say. It's been, 4 years since we filmed it. All this morning we were just going back through memories, talking to the cast, trying to get ourselves back there. And it's very easy to do, actually, because the cast have stayed very close. The key cast, a lot of us stayed very close over the years. It was a very special time.
Tell us about working with Aisha, who I think has this amazing, strong presence, and of course Anthony Mackie and Sir Ben Kingsley. It's a very eclectic cast, but it's also a very interesting bunch of people.
Aisha was interesting because she comes across, when I met her, she's very skinny, she's beautiful, obviously. She looks like she's stepped off sort of when she's dressed up, looks like she stepped off a model ramp. Yes, exactly. But she was tough, really physically tough woman, like strong and tough. We would do something.
The character.
Yes, she just worked through the craziest of conditions too. Sometimes it was absolutely freezing, sometimes absolutely boiling hot. Pretty demanding environment out there. Yeah, it was fun. Anthony, I didn't have too much time with him. We get to do a great fight together, but I had a great time with him. I've always admired him as an actor. I think he's great talent. And Ben Kingsley, Sir Ben.
Sir Ben. I don't think he answers if you say Ben Kingsley.
I did. Yes, exactly. I would have had to call him Sir Ben, and I only ever saw him from the distance that I was in the movie, which is like I'm down here and he's up there in the VIP box, and I'm in the Coliseum fighting.
It's like there were like 300 actors, but Sir Ben was
there
in his pedestal as any emperor should be.
Yes.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. If you look at him being a part of the Sudanese trade route between Eastern Africa and what's now known as the Middle East, and being a button virgin to the war that's taking place that he falls a part of. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
Let's talk about Aisha. I just met her. I think she's got this, fascinating screen presence to her. How was it building the dynamic of those two leads for the film?
It was really easy. Aisha and I, when we first met and first started working together, we really just fell into a groove with each other that kind of helped these characters in a great way. Because when it first starts, they don't know each other. They are from two completely different worlds, and they developed this relationship and this rapport of appreciation and respect. And I think that's how we were able to take our relationship and put it into these two characters throughout the course of filming.
My planet Arrakis is so beautiful when the sun is low. Rolling over the sands, you can see spice in the air.
Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see
Nice
you.
to see you.
How
are you doing? I'm very well, thank you. How did you enjoy that amazing premiere last night? Zendaya, was it your first time?
It was my first, baby's first Venice Film Festival. And it was great. I had an excellent time. It was so much fun.
Crushed it.
I got to do it with some of my best friends around. This is just like, it's the coolest. I honestly, it was such a beautiful experience. Just seeing also all the fan love and support that was there. And you know, getting to share the stage with this guy and so many other actors that I admire, and Denis and Hans, like, it's just like, this is like a dream. It's completely such a beautiful experience.
Venice is like a fairy tale. It's you're going around on boats. You know, the space that the film shows in is iconic, if I can use that word.
I've been having dreams about a girl on Arrakis.
Those characters carry so much backstory and forthcoming story. So how much do you carry that when you're acting them?
I mean, like I said, I didn't maybe get as much prep time as I wish I did, as I wish I could have, to really like spend time with everyone and work with Denis as much as possible, because he's so fun to work with. But even upon, you know, kind of getting there, I felt like I literally landed on, you know, Arrakis. You know, it was this beautiful natural rock formations, and like getting into the costumes and meeting everybody who was so lovely and kind and warm. And I just felt like I stepped right into the movie. You know, I felt like I was in it, and it was very, you know, there was also times where we were joking around and having a good time, where I was like, okay, this is very much a movie, and we're made, but then there was these moments where I really felt like I was of this planet, you know, and so it didn't have to really take much to imagine, because it's all there. So yeah, it's I don't even remember what the question was, because I was just thinking about like where we were shooting and how gorgeous it was, and the experience, and like, you know, all the details in the costumes, you know, the tubes, and the, you know, my costume had like, you know, these little beads on it, like, you know, because Chani,
crazy detail.
Yeah, because Chani would have, you know, kind of customized her and had it for such a long time, you know.
We were all struggling with the nose pieces, and Zendaya got there and was just like, it's all good. And like, what? We have been there a day.
Yeah.
But then, so then we all
it's a good
shut up and just did it.
It's time. A brave new hope for Britain, or just a rebranded version of the Tories? 3 high-profile Conservative Party MPs have defected to Reform in the past 3 weeks alone. It's the latest sign of Reform UK's growing popularity. But does it also signal an identity crisis? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. Reform UK continues to gain traction on a promise to fix what it calls broken Britain. And its newest recruits agree. It's time to do things differently.
So we stand at a crossroads. We can either continue down this route of managed decline to weakness and surrender, or we can fix our country, reclaim our power, rediscover our strength.
Because the two main parties are rotten. They are no longer fit for purpose. They both broke Britain, and neither can fix it.
But in order to rebuild the country, Reform UK is welcoming politicians who were part of the system that it says broke Britain in the first place. The Tories were in power for 14 years until its election defeat in 2024, and a growing list of its former MPs are defecting to the new party on the rise. So will Reform threaten the century-old two-party system in the UK, or will it do little more than split the vote on the right? Coming up on this episode, we'll debate if Reform is at risk of becoming just the Tories 2.0. Meanwhile, on the left, is a leadership challenge still looming large over PM Keir Starmer. And with turmoil on both sides of politics, is the two-party system doomed?
Joining our UK politics debate is Dr. Richard Corbett, former Labor Party leader in the European Parliament. Gwaine Toler is here with us, political strategist and Reform UK board member. And Reem Ibrahim is joining our panel, political commentator and former head of media at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Welcome to all of you to Counterpoints. Well, Reform UK's time in the sun certainly isn't dimming. Opinion polls still have it ahead of the two major parties. Nigel Farage is promising a fresh start and a program to revive a so-called broken Britain. To do that, Reform is welcoming defectors from the very party that presided over years of that decline. Tory defectors are lining up to join the party, and it seems they're being given a second political life. Gwaine, is Reform becoming the Tories 2.0?
Not really. I mean, you've got to... if you're making bread, you need a little bit of yeast. One of the great criticisms of Reform is that we are inexperienced. So we accept some experiences. Oh, no, you can't have that. That's the wrong sort of experience. Now, look, you need 650 candidates to stand in Westminster for a general election. I think we've had 5 Tory defections of that 650. We've had a number of former MPs, about 5 or 6 who I think will probably try and stand for us. This is not a large number. This is not Tories 2.0. However, getting people like Nadhim Zahawi, who has been a former Chancellor of the Exchequer, who has forced through activity through Whitehall, a very recalcitrant Whitehall, and made things happen. This is the sort of experience you need if you want to be taken seriously as a government in waiting. OK. Richard, with your experience in one of the two major political parties, do you think that this is candidates that are the leftovers that Tories don't want or need anymore, or are these prime picks, do you think, for Reform?
Well, it's a bit funny, isn't it? You would think that Reform has become the retirement home for some of these Conservative former ministers. A majority of Reform's MPs now are from the Conservative Party, ministers who, when they were in government, were precisely the people that Reform attacked as leading to the decline of Britain, as having got it all done, using some quite choice words about them as well, and vice versa. They said some pretty rude things about Reform. And yet now, apparently, they're all happily working together. They're going to forget all their past differences. It does seem rather opportunistic.
Reem, I'm going to bring you in here, but Gwaine, pick up on that. I know you were interjecting there. Is it a bit of a retirement home for politicians? Clearly not. So if you look at somebody like Robert Jenrick, he is the most cut-through of Tory politicians. This is not somebody in a retirement home. This is somebody who actually wants to change the country. Now, it's possible that he sees that Reform is a better place to do so than the moribund Conservative Party. That's entirely true. But those things, when he had his he resigned from the government because he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do, which is the sort of things that we want to do, he had to resign from his position as a minister. So it's hardly, he's not going against the grain there.
The Conservatives are not in government.
He was a shadow minister. As you will know, Richard, you don't get much done as a shadow minister, do you? But the chance of winning the next general election is less a Tory thing than a Reform thing. And the reasons he resigned from his ministerial post when he was a minister was because he couldn't do the things that we are proposing.
Reem?
It's understandable, I think, that Reform would want to have people with experience in parties and people experience in government. I must say, just looking at people in the grassroots of the movement and people that are looking at the local branches at Reform, a lot of Reform members are very upset that Reform HQ continues to accept the very politicians that were in government over the last 14 years of Conservative governance. So I do think there is some disquiet about it. Perhaps not about people like Robert Jenrick, but there is absolutely disquiet about people like Nadine Dorries, who is the architect of the Online Safety Act, one of the most egregious pieces of legislation that has stifled free speech online. She was the architect of that very policy, and is one policy that Nigel Farage himself has criticised. I'm also must say I think that there is a difficult conversation to be had about whether or not these personalities within Reform will actually work well together. You know, the fact that Robert Jenrick didn't get the top job in the Conservative Party, I think is very, very clear to many people that he wasn't happy about that he almost certainly was running his own leadership election, even post the official one, because he didn't think that Kemi Badenoch was really right to lead the Conservative Party. He realised he wasn't going to go anywhere when Kemi Badenoch started to do quite well, especially when she did quite well at Prime Minister's questions. And so, lo and behold, he decides to defect somewhere where he thinks he may be able to get some more power. The trouble is, Reform UK is nothing without Nigel Farage. And I don't see people like Robert Jenrick, who, let's be honest, outside of the Westminster bubble, most people don't know who he is. They will not do particularly well in Reform. So I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not those personalities will actually be able to work well together.
OK, Gwen, what do you think?
Well, I mean, he's probably the only...
Oh, sorry.
Jenrick is probably the only person that people have heard of, unlike people like Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, who, frankly, unless you're in the bubble, you've never heard of him. During the Tory leadership, Lord Ashcroft did a focus group of Tory members, and they said, Mel Stride, who's she? And he's the number 2 figure in the Tory party right now. So that's, I'm sorry, Raheem, that's bunk. The fact is that there is disquiet in the membership. I would agree with that. I think the fact that we have set a May the 7th of this year cut-off for a 2029 election of any further defections, I think is something that deals with that disquiet. And there will be time. Now, we have made it absolutely clear.
You're also going to hold by-elections for the defectors.
Sorry?
Will you also hold by-elections for the defectors, as Farage had promised initially?
We haven't done, clearly. That's how. If we were going to, we probably would have done when Danny Kruger came over. So, no, clearly not. But the point is
despite it being promised,
branches will be making decisions. We didn't promise that. What are you talking about?
Nigel Farage was a long-standing supporter of there being by-elections if somebody defected from one party to another. Now he seems to have changed its mind when it's no longer convenient.
It happened twice in 2014. You'll remember it very well, Richard. You were doing well.
Yeah, I'm just noting his change of position when it doesn't suit him anymore.
Yes, but
the other problem, I think, for Nigel Farage and for Reform is that if we've seen this in the past,
does that. You know that
when he was leader of UKIP and then the Brexit Party, is that many people who come and join to work with him, he falls out with them after a few months. And it all ends in tears. We'll see if that happens again.
Well, they fall out so badly they're flocking to join. I'm sorry, that's bunk again. Yes, people do fall out, but you know what? In small parties, the vociferous nature of them is such that people do fall out. That is the nature of the beast. As Reform grows, there's far more space for people to have different ideas and grow together. I haven't seen any problems of that sort. But I do take the point that Raheem made, which is in the membership there is some concern. But that is a little bit like the church mouse who's sitting there all year, existing on candle ends and incense sticks. And suddenly there's all these people that turn up, and all the field rats turn up because it's Harvest Festival. What are they doing here? We were here from the start. But that is the sort of attitude. Yes, we are pure, but we will never be in a position to legislate. It's the sort of Corbynite idea.
But,
and I'm sorry.
I mean, the trouble is,
if
Reform is an anti-establishment party, and Reform is there to represent the people that were left behind, those that were not represented by the two main political parties, those that were harmed by mass amounts of government spending, extraordinarily high taxes. Why are Reform accepting the very people that were the architects?
They're not the very people. This isn't Jeremy Hunt.
People like Nadine Dorries, who was front and centre at Reform Conference.
Of one piece of legislation, yes. I think there are reasons why, in each case, there are reasons why people have been accepted. And about 30% have been turned down.
Nadine Zahawi, who wanted vaccine passports.
And who was the Chancellor?
We oppose that. And if they're going to join us, they have to accept that there's a change of policy on their part.
All right. Well, this isn't only.
You're not
I'm sure your
grassroots
members, your traditional grassroots members, will be delighted to have heard you refer to them as dormice who are too timid about the new members coming in. I'm sure that's gone down really well with them.
I said church mice, Richard. I didn't say dormice.
Church mice, yes. I'm sure they'll have loved
The metaphor is that they have been there forever and these newcomers are arriving and what are they doing there? But the fact is, I've been there forever and I welcome people. I want to win. I don't want to be sitting in a little ivory tower being pure and not changing the world. This country desperately
what
needs
do you
change.
achieve by reneging on those principles, Gwen? I mean, the problem is...
I'm not reneging on any principles, but we do need the experience of Whitehall. Everybody, the main reason that people attack us is not having experience. We get experience and, no, you can't have that. Where do you get it from?
What will be different? What will be different when reform gets into government? Those particular people like Robert Jenrick and the Dean Dorries and Zahid Zahawi did not already experience. What will be different?
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Like what?
All right.
What has changed?
I'll let you quickly respond to that, Gwen, and then I want to move us on a little bit.
I refer back to the first comment I made about this. We have 5 defections from the Tory party. We need 350 odd seats to be in government. 5. This is a leavening. This is a bit of yeast in the flour. This is not the bread. The vast, vast majority will be homegrown reform people. But having a few people who've got experience of Whitehall will be desperately necessary when you know the establishment will be doing everything it can to stop reform governing.
OK, but this is not only about reform taking in the defectors, this is also about the Conservative Party losing its membership. So, Richard, let me ask you this. On that flip side of the coin, is this a moment of rejuvenation or is it a moment of collapse for the Conservative Party?
Well, we will see, but they are certainly in a bad way after their disastrous period in government. Disastrous not just on the policies they were running, but on some of the scandals and the corruption that has left a stain which is very difficult for them to overcome. But tellingly, a lot of the switch in support among voters, not all of it, but the largest proportion has been between the Conservatives and Reform on the right of the political spectrum. On the centre and the left of the political spectrum, there's movement between people who voted Labour, perhaps shifting to the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, the Scottish Nationalists, the Welsh Nationalists. But between those two blocks, there is relatively little switch between them. So that's an interesting feature of British politics at the moment. We'll see what happens over the next 3 years. But if it ends up with all the right-wing support going into one box, as it were, either the Conservatives or Reform, that will give that party a big advantage given the British electoral system. If, however, they split pretty evenly, and if Labour, on the other hand, manages to recoup some of the support it's losing to the Greens and to the Lib Dems, then Labour will be in the strong position. In both cases, thanks largely to the British non-proportional electoral system, but it is something to be watched.
Gwen, what do you think? Does this say more about reform or does it say more about the failings of the Conservative Party?
Oh, I don't believe that any government wins its first election on its own merits. It's on the failures of those that came before. You win a second term on your own merits, not the first term. And the failures of 14 years of the Tory government, plus, frankly, the current shambles that is Labour. Richard talked about the Tory scandals. Yeah, you're right. But have you seen this week? And it is a universal fact that it seems like parties of government get themselves into horrible trouble. You've had people arrested for sexual misconduct. You've had somebody found guilty in absentia for corruption. There's all sorts of stuff going on in Labour. No, look, people... One of the pollsters, the senior pollster, made a good point about this. It's not that people think that reform are perfect. They don't. But the risk factor in voting for a party that doesn't have a track record in government is reduced every time the old parties make a hash of it. The risk of voting for reform is reducing every time the Labour Party has a U-turn. Every time. So things like that, it's a case of, well, you know, They haven't done it before. They don't have the full experience. They've never been in government before. But have you seen the current lot? You know what? We may as well vote for reform and give them a shot. So
but I think
there is a lot of risk
people looking at
for us has
lots of
people looking at reform.
People, and I put myself in this particular. I'll put myself in this particular camp. Lots of people aren't bothered that reform do not have experience in government. Actually, I quite like the idea that it's a bunch of people that have never been in government before, that have not been poisoned by the establishment perspectives on how government should be run and how large it should be.
I mean, that's worked for President Trump's administration, second time around.
And you can say
well, indeed. I mean, this is the trouble, right? When you've got enormous amounts of public spending. I mean, what somebody like me cares about is a smaller state and lower taxes and a freer market. And unfortunately, we do not have those things in this government. But if reform do not remain with those principles and do not sort of stick to them. I mean, one difference I think is interesting in policy is reform around the 2024 election in the manifesto, or the contract with the people, said that they wanted to introduce, what was it, about £90 billion worth of tax cuts, and that's completely been reneged upon. That was completely U-turned on because apparently we can't afford it. We can't afford it because the reform did not promise any spending cuts. What I would like to see is a genuinely low-tax party, and I don't think that any party is offering those policies.
Well, we're talking literally today. We're talking about significant cuts in welfare. So yeah, we're doing it.
Gary was talking about government U-turns, but if people will also look at the U-turns done by reform in the local government areas that they control. They came to power in several local government areas 9 months ago, but less than 8 months ago, promising to cut council tax, local taxation in Britain substantially. They've ended up invariably increasing it.
By less than
a lot of the majority of local
at national level on, for example, child benefit.
But the majority
when
of
Labour
local
extended child benefit to
legally
beyond the
required by
first
the
two
state.
children to the third child.
All right, I'm just going to interrupt us there and move us away from local politics because we've got to move on to our second segment, because we've talked a lot about reform and the Conservative Party, but they're not alone in facing some inner turmoil, just as the Tories, aren't alone either. The Labor Party is still delivering disappointing poll numbers. And as Gwaine has been pointing out, there's a lot of discontent among voters. Despite his landslide victory in 2024, Prime Minister Keir Starmer just can't shake this looming cloud of a leadership challenge. Richard, let's turn our attentions now to Labor. Is a challenge for the top job now a matter of when, not if?
Well, Labour doesn't have a strong tradition of challenging its leaders when they are in government. So although there's been a lot of media speculation and one or two people who may fancy themselves as Prime Minister, it's not that likely, but of course it's politics, it's possible. But at the moment, in coming months at least, I don't see a challenge emerging.
Reem, what do you think?
I don't think that there will be a challenge to the leadership at the moment, and I think that Starmer has effectively stopped that from happening by blocking Andy Burnham, the Manchester mayor, from being able to stand in the Gorton by-election. So, Starmer has basically, temporarily at least, kicked the can down the road and prevented any kind of leadership challenge internally. I do think, though, effectively what Starmer has done by doing this is made people like Wes Streeting the sort of de facto successor to Starmer. So I do think that there is question about whether or not Starmer is sort of able to consolidate power within the Labour Party as well as he might hope. When it comes to policy, it is almost abundantly clear that the backbenchers of the Labour Party are not being whipped in the right way, I suppose. I mean, what's interesting is the benefits cuts they attempted to implement, very, very minuscule benefits cuts, about a year ago now, I think it was. and almost a year ago, and it wasn't, they weren't able to get it through because the backbenchers on the Labour Party sort of rebelled against the government, and unfortunately it meant that they weren't able to introduce those cuts, and actually what ended up happening is an increase in public spending on welfare. So I do think that Starmer is struggling to consolidate power within the Labour Party internally, but I do not think that there will be a genuine challenge to Starmer's leadership, at least over the next year or so. Only time will tell, but I think that he's effectively blocked the main challenger from even standing for Parliament. So he looks like he's sort of operating from a weak position, but at least in the short term, he's kicked the can down the road.
Gwaine, I know that this isn't your political party here, but from Reform's point of view, what's your impression? Is this a matter of when, not if?
I think what is happening over Lord Mandelson, or the former Lord Mandelson, I think he's resigned from the House of Lords this afternoon, and the fact that Morgan McSweeney, who is Starmer's brain, is so intimately involved in the appointment of Lord Mandelson to the ambassadorship in Washington, the damage to Morgan McSweeney is great, and it's entirely feasible over the next few weeks that we will see McSweeney being the sacrificial lamb to protect his boss. The problem is without him, Starmer is completely naked to his opponents. And whilst I would have agreed with both of you up until this moment, I think if McSweeney goes, then Starmer is in real, real trouble. And though he has been able to stymie the ambitions of Andy Burnham, before Christmas, it wasn't Burnham they were talking about. Then they were talking about Angela Rayner and her raising money this weekend. So there's more than one. There's more than one opponent in the field for Mr. Starmer, and if he loses Morgan McSweeney, I feel that he may well be in real trouble.
Richard?
Prime Ministers frequently change their chief advisor. That's nothing exceptional, and I don't think that in itself would damage the Prime Minister.
What about the resignation of Lord Mandelson? Is that going to tarnish his leadership, Labour as a whole?
Yeah, well, Peter Mandelson had historically been a significant figure under the Blair and Brown governments. It was unfortunate that he was asked to come back to serve as ambassador to Washington for a short period. It's right that he's gone. It's right that he's no longer a Labour Party member. It's right that he's no longer a member of the House of Lords. Everybody in the Labour Party was shocked by the recent revelations, and it's right that he's gone. But, he has gone, and that has been dealt with.
Did Starmer already know about these relationships that he had with
if he'd known that, he would never have risked appointing him to that position.
Are we sure about that? Are we certain about that? I mean, there's a question about whether or not Starmer was aware of any of it.
Do something like that if he knew. He wouldn't. It would be wrong morally, and it would be a huge risk politically.
The question is whether or not Starmer himself saw it.
No, Starmer was not informed, was not aware of what had happened. If he was, he would never have made such an appointment, neither morally nor in terms of politics, because it would have been a stupid thing to do politically if he had known about it.
I asked a simple question. Do you believe that the appointment of our most important diplomatic post, that is our ambassador to Washington, that the Prime Minister was not briefed by MI6 or MI5?
I expect he was briefed by MI6 or MI5, but they were presumably not aware of this.
The strong likelihood is that he did know something.
No, almost certainly did not know, because he would not have taken such a risk, and he would not have done it on moral grounds.
He takes a lot of
saying that perhaps the civil servants hid it.
He would not have taken such a decision.
I'm not as sanguine as you.
So did the civil servants hide the information from him? I mean, it is undoubtedly untrue that it's just really, really quite unbelievable to think that there is absolutely no evidence or indeed no information about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein at all. So the evidence, there was information
Gordon
there.
Brown talked about it in September.
Did anybody tell? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have been talking about it for a very long time.
Gordon Brown reported it to Number 10 in September.
Did they hide it from Starmer? Did Starmer see it and choose to ignore it?
Playing this up, but and making insinuations and so on. But the fact is that the Prime Minister was not made aware of all the continued relationship with Epstein by Mandelson after the conviction, and some of the recent stuff that's come out in the last couple of days. Nobody was aware of that.
Frankly, even if the Prime Minister is ignorant of any of these things, we do know that Peter Mandelson, this is what, the third or fourth sacking. He's been sacked almost as many times as I have. His character. He's a brilliant man, is Peter Mandelson. As a brilliant man, I remember
that's
him.
One reason why the Prime Minister was
very able. He's a very able man, but he is also deeply flawed. He loves money and power, and if what it appears that he was sending essentially state secrets about the security architecture of Whitehall and Number 10 out of this country, that is such a serious offence. And I can't believe that MI6 and MI5 were completely
nobody has suggested that was known before it came out in the last 48 hours. Nobody has suggested that the Prime Minister knew about that or anybody else knew about that. That is new information.
Richard, what sort of fallout do you think there is likely to be now? Would you expect some sort of investigation? Do you think that the Prime Minister is going to have to face some very tough questions about this? I mean, what would you envisage to now be the fallout from these revelations?
Well, I expect the Prime Minister will take a very tough line and ask for as much information as possible, perhaps an inquiry. I mean, the Prime Minister was very keen to get him out of the House of Lords and out of the Labour Party, so I don't think there will be any love lost between them. The Prime Minister is appalled by what has been revealed about Peter Mandelson, as we all are, not in the Labour Party, right across the Labour Party, and of course beyond. The only difference is that those beyond, those in other parties, of course, want to play this up and make all kinds of insinuations that the Prime Minister knew all about this from the very beginning, which plainly he didn't.
Well, he blatantly knew that Peter Mandelson was highly flawed, having been fired twice before for dubious activities involving money.
Yeah, well, the second time he was fired, there was an inquiry afterwards which eventually exonerated him. So don't make it sound more simple than it actually is.
It was a judgment call. It was a judgment call about, yes, we know that Peter is flawed, but he is brilliant. And it was a judgment.
Yeah, you say he was brilliant.
We don't know what the advice
those are your words,
received.
and I expect that's the aspect that led to the Prime Minister appointing him for this very delicate task of dealing with a maverick president in the USA and trying to rescue something for Britain in that relationship. So I can see why the Prime Minister thought, on advice,
it will,
maybe that's
in
the
the
right thing
public's
to do.
eye,
But had he known about this, he would never have dreamt of risking it, and he wouldn't have done it on moral grounds either.
OK. Reem, a comment from you before I move us on?
Well, I think Wayne is right in this respect, because fundamentally this is a question about whether or not Starmer exercised the right judgment when appointing Mandelson. And, it was abundantly clear that at least some of his relationship with Epstein, we didn't know the full extent of it, of course, but some of that relationship was already known. And the question is, either Starmer himself was aware of it and decided to make a different decision, or civil servants downplayed the relationship or indeed tried to hide some of that information from Starmer. Either way, it doesn't look very good for the Prime Minister.
A right of reply to you, Richard, and then I'm going to move us on to our third segment.
Well, I think I've already made it clear what I thought. The Prime Minister was not aware of all the details. Had he been aware, he would never have made such a decision. For one, on moral grounds, he's a very moral person, Keir Starmer, whatever else you think about him, nor would he have taken such a political risk. Of course not. Of course he wouldn't have done that had he known.
Well, this sort of scandal, if you like, the questions raised about Labor Party members and their links to certain figures, the continued rise of reform, it all feeds into this commentary around the future of the two-party system itself. It has been a battle between the two major parties for more than a century. And although this isn't the first time there's been a third contender, it certainly feels like the most serious challenge we've seen to the status quo in a long time. Reem, do you think that questions around Peter Mendelsohn and his links to Epstein, the defections from the Conservative Party, the rise of reform, is this all a signal that people are fed up with the two-party system? Is it going to die out in the UK?
I think people are fed up of not feeling as though they're getting better off. They are not better off now than they were 10 years ago. We know this from the economics of Great Britain. You know, when we're looking at the fact that public spending as a proportion of GDP is now at about 45%, which means that almost half of the economy is the government. And we are spending enormous amounts of money, regulating enormously. And people, as a result, are not better off. Now, of course, part of this is the fallout from Brexit. Now, only last Saturday, it was 6 years since the UK actually left the European Union. And many people voted for Brexit so that the country could take back control of power, take back control of our sovereignty, ensure that the pathway towards prosperity was a pathway we could choose to take without being held back by the shackles of Brussels. Now, what we have discovered is that our own governments in Whitehall and Westminster were almost just as protectionist and just as pro-regulation and pro-government and pro-sort of establishment thinking as Brussels. So what people voted for didn't occur. We've now been left with an enormous number of levers, and nobody has had the guts to pull a single one of them. So now people are looking at this and saying, okay, what we need is to shake up our own governance. We need to shake up our own power domestically. And I think that the rise of reform, the increasing support that reform are getting, is in part the backlash from people not feeling as though they are better off, but also this new rise in anti-establishment thinking. And it's, by the way, why I think accepting too many Tory defections will bode very, very badly for reform.
All right, Wayne, I'm going to come to you in just a moment. But Richard, being from one of the established major parties with a long history in politics, do you see this as the time that the major parties are under the most pressure in sort of modern history?
The Conservatives are for the reasons we discussed earlier. Labour is because they're in government, and governments tend, especially mid-term, to be unpopular. No more so, of course, than when they have to take very difficult decisions. Labour inherited a real difficult situation economically from the Conservatives, with the public finances in dire straits and with the economy hit by a number of things, not least Brexit. Brexit was supposed by those who supported it, including, I think, my interlocutors in this debate now, it was going to save Britain lots of money, which would all go to the NHS, by the way. We were going to have wonderful new trade deals with countries across the world to replace the trade deals we negotiated collectively as Europe with the leverage of the world's largest market. We were going to keep all our access to the single European market. We wouldn't lose any of it, our main trading partner.
Our main trading partner is the US.
And the OB, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, had estimated that Britain's GDP is probably around 4%, maybe 5% smaller than it would have been had we stayed in the European Union.
Richard, I'm just going to turn you back to the point. We're not going to get into a whole Brexit debate. That has come and gone, so we're not going to reanalyse Brexit. Richard, I want you to answer for me.
That would have delivered about £40 billion extra tax revenue every year.
Okay, we're not going to go back and dissect Brexit because the ship has sailed on that one, Richard. But tell me, Richard, do you think that the two-party system is under threat?
Transformed the economic situation and the situation of public finance.
All that by the by, Richard, is the two-party system under threat?
Well, in that both the traditional main party on the right is in dire straits, and Labour, being in government, is not doing, as is usually the case for parties in government in Britain, not doing very well. There is a threat. Labour, I think, has every opportunity to turn the corner. It's still got 3 years to go. It's doing what it can to turn around the economy. It's doing what it can to address people's concerns in terms of the state of public services, the NHS, and so on. So it's possible, but it's by no means certain that we're seeing the end of the two-party system, at least as regards Labour on the centre left.
If you want to be more like the Europeans, then you want multiple parties.
All right, Gwen, do we want multiple parties? Is it the end of the two-party system? Is that a good thing?
I'll go to your first question. My feeling is, though pollsters and others will tell you that British politics is fragmenting with the Greens, the Lib Dems, Reform, Tories, Labour, instead of the two-party system, my feeling is it's a little bit more a realignment. And I can see, just as Reform are an electoral threat to Labour, and look at the by-election last year in Runcorn, or maybe this election in Manchester this month, we are an existential threat to the Tories. And in the same way, the Green movement, which Labour are terrified of winning in Gorton, provide an existential threat to Labour. Talking to Labour people I know, they are working their socks off. It's bad enough being beaten by Reform, but we don't threaten their heart. If they're beaten by the Greens in Gorton, then that threatens their heart. And what I think you might see is maybe we go back to a two-party system, but it's not those two parties.
All right, Reem, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but I want to hand that over to you, Richard. Is there a risk? I mean, we talk about the splitting of the vote on the right. Could we be looking at a split on the vote on the left?
Yes, certainly the support that Labour has lost, according to polls, has gone predominantly to the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, or in Wales and Scotland, the Nationalist parties, not to the Conservatives or Reform, most of it. So if there is a threat to Labour, it's from parties on the centre and the left, not from the parties on the right. That's more a battle between the Conservatives and Reform. So Labour is aware of that. It will be, of course, arguing and conducting policies to make sure that it attenuates that risk.
Reem, you raised the idea that if, the Europeans have more of a multi-party system than the UK, is that something the UK should aspire to? Would it work in the UK? And what do you make of Gwen's comment there that there could be a two-party system, but it might not be the two parties we're used to?
Yeah, I don't think that will be the case. I think we're probably going to see a split in the vote on the right and a split in the vote on the left. I think we are going to see more multiple parties. I don't think that Reform are going to get a majority at the next election. I think that we're probably going to see a hung parliament, one in which we'll have to have a minority government in some form of coalition. And I don't mind that. I mean, I think that what's interesting is in the majority of European countries, you do have multiple parties that then form a coalition, predominantly because of the way that their electoral system works. And I think that in the UK, that's perfectly reasonable to expect. I don't think that Reform are going to win absolutely every single current Conservative seat. One example that comes to mind, by the way, is somebody like Jack Rankin, who is the Member of Parliament for Windsor. He was Robert Jenrick's PPS, his sort of private secretary in Parliament, and lots of people have said, well, he should be on defection watch. But when you actually look at his constituency, the main threat in Windsor is not reform, it is the Liberal Democrats. And so there are many, many Conservative members of Parliament who are currently in the party and currently sitting in Parliament that will not have reform in their constituencies. One example, by the way, is Danny Kruger, who did defect to reform. I can't see him keeping his seat.
I know, it rather kills the idea he did it for his career, doesn't it? Maybe he just did it because he believed in it.
Perhaps, but it also means that reform won't win that seat. So reform
with
probably will
Jenrick
not
in
get a
Newark,
majority.
Same with Jenrick in Newark. Yeah, and
Perhaps,
so
yeah.
the idea that they're doing it to save their careers, actually, no, they're doing it because they believe in it.
Perhaps, but perhaps that is true. But it also does mean that reform, just on this issue of the multiple party system, it does also mean that this idea that reform are going to completely engulf the Conservatives and the two-party system will be dead because reform will take over, I just don't think is true. I think what will happen is reform and the Conservatives will split the vote. You'll get moderate Conservatives still voting for the Tories, and you will have those that care more about the economy voting for the Conservatives. Those that care more about immigration will vote for reform. And on the left, you will see more people that care about the establishment, that are probably Blairite, will vote Labour. And those that want to see the UK completely go green, or indeed pro-Gaza, they will end up voting Green. And that's how the electoral system will look after the next election.
It is an excellent crystal ball. We're almost out of time, so let me put that proposition very briefly to our other two panellists. Gwaine, what do you foresee? I mean, maybe if I can narrow it down, do you think you'll have more Tory party defectors coming reform's way before the May deadline?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. I really wouldn't, but maybe not. It doesn't matter. I'm perfectly. I would say of the 120 or 115 Tory MPs that are left, I wouldn't take more than 4. That being said, I would take Jack Rankin.
Well, we'll keep our eyes out on that one. Richard, round us out. I mean, we had quite a detailed crystal ball there from Reem. Give us your impression. Election is a long way away, but what does Keir Starmer need to do to keep things on track?
Well, first, I think Reem's analysis is right to a large degree on where the support is shifting. Now, if we had proportional representation like other European countries, that would lead to coalitions being made to secure majorities in Parliament. Parties would have to compromise, and perhaps that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. But the danger is that given our electoral system, first past the post, non-proportional, there's a risk that a party could win a majority of seats on 26% of the vote if the other party splits more or less
majority
evenly.
on 34%.
That's possible. And there's a risk that could be reform, could win a majority of seats on 27% of the vote if the Tories are on 18, Labour on 19, Greens on something similar. It's possible under our system. And that's an important reason why those people who are thinking, well, we're not entirely happy with this Labour government, I'm going to perhaps as a protest vote Green or vote Liberal Democrats, etc. They should think very carefully, because that is exactly what could let reform in. It won't be a Green government, it will be a reform government. So sticking to the devil you know, Labour, which isn't doing as badly as some people pretend, given the circumstances in which it came to power and the dire state of the economy, that, I think, will enable Labour to nonetheless get back for a second term.
I feel like I need to give you, as Reformer, a quick right of reply there, Gwaine, before I wrap us up.
Oh, look.
I thought that was my right.
It was, Richard, but I just need to make sure I'm keeping us balanced here. Very briefly, Gwaine, before we run out.
With 2 on the centre right against me on the centre left.
I feel like there's been a bit of a gang up on Gwaine as well.
The big fight with the Tories have got is against the Lib Dems, and I think some of the points that were made were absolutely correct. I I suspect that many of the problems of this Labour government are not those they've inherited, that they've been self-inflicted wounds, like the winter fuel allowance, like things of that sort. These are self-inflicted. The thing that really has annoyed the Labour base is what Labour has done itself, not what it has inherited. I still think that the realignment idea is stronger than this sort of this fracturing. But I think the Tory fight is going to be with the Lib Dems. If you look at where the recent opinion polls have gone, the MRP polls, the switching, for the first time we've seen that when the Tories rose a little bit in the MRP polls over the winter period, they started to take Lib Dem seats rather than those seats that are more reform-minded. And I think that's going to be an extremely interesting fight. With Labour, I think this by-election in Manchester is going to be hugely important. It's going to be a real if the Greens can pick up the Muslim vote, if the Greens can pick up disaffected youth, which they are doing in the opinion polls, then that fight is a fight for the soul of the left of this country.
Okay, well, maybe after that by-election, we might get you all back to dissect the results of it. We're out of time, so unfortunately I have to leave us there. It's been such an interesting and such a wide-ranging discussion. I appreciate your expertise across the panel on all of the topics we've touched on. Dr. Richard Corbett, former Labour Party leader in the European Parliament, Gwaine Tola, political strategist and Reform UK board member, and Reem Ibrahim, political commentator. Thank you all for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you for joining us for this episode. Of course, you can catch us on YouTube at Al Arabiya English to see all of our debates and interviews, and follow us across social media platforms, X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome. Joining us now on Al Arabiya is UK Trade Minister Chris Bryant, visiting Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and it's an honour to have you here with us today.
It's an honour to be in Riyadh. It's my very first time.
Welcome. So let's start with the big picture. How would you describe the current state of trade relations between the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia?
It's a very strong relationship. I mean, it's a relationship between people in the end, but we have a very strong trade in goods and in services. It could be stronger. It rose to 17 billion pounds of trade between our two countries last year, which is up 2% on the year before. And as part of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is now standing at 57 billion pounds a year, it's a very significant chunk of that deal. So it's strong, but could be stronger.
It is strong. Where do you see the biggest opportunities right now, Your Excellency? Which sectors hold the greatest potential for expanding trade and investment between our two countries?
So trade and investment, these are two different things in a way. And there's roughly 101 billion pounds of Saudi investment in the UK in all sorts of different sectors. That's very strong. We also have investments in Saudi Arabia. Last year, our Chancellor of the Exchequer was here, and she was able to launch £5 billion worth of investment from the UK Export Finance Fund, which is part of our government investment here in Saudi Arabia. We have 8 key industrial sectors where we think that we are particularly strong, and we want to build our trade with Saudi Arabia. So starting with clean energies, with advanced manufacturing, with the creative industries, and of course we are very good at finance. That's one of the things that we sometimes leverage into Saudi Arabia as well. So financial services, one of the areas that we want to build on.
Yeah. So, Your Excellency, you are in the kingdom at a critical time. What message does this visit send about the UK's government's commitment to strengthening its economic partnership with Saudi Arabia?
We are very keen to build on our relationship. I'm not the only person coming from the government in the UK over the next few months here to Saudi Arabia. We've had several ministers in the past few months, and there will be more coming on later this year. I've been quite directly engaged with Minister, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi, for some time, because we've been looking at our Great Futures campaign, which we had our second round in September in London. We're looking to another round of that later on this year, trying to expand trade. But it's not just a trade relationship. It's also a defence and security relationship. We want to build on the international number of international tourists that come from the UK to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia to the UK. We've seen large numbers of young Saudi Arabians coming to the UK to train in hospitality services and to come back and work here in the growing tourism industry.
Yeah. So let's talk numbers. Your Excellency, how many British companies are currently operating in Saudi Arabia, and how many Saudi companies are working today in the UK?
I wish I could give you precise numbers.
Yeah, approximately.
So if we're talking just about services, trade in goods, so that's things, there's about 7,000 businesses, UK businesses, who are registered as doing bringing goods to Saudi Arabia, and there's about 1,000 businesses bringing goods from Saudi Arabia into the UK. But then there's a whole load of other businesses as well who are engaged in services work here in Saudi Arabia. And I haven't got those statistics. I wish I had. One of the things that I think we need to be much better at is understanding precisely the relationship between our two countries, because sometimes there are misconceptions in the UK about Saudi Arabia and misconceptions in Saudi Arabia about the UK.
Your Excellency, during your meetings here, are there specific agreements or areas of cooperation currently under discussion?
So we have a strategic partnership which is chaired by the Prime Minister and His Royal Highness, and we are wanting to expand that in lots of different areas, and I'm aware of the 80 different projects that the Kingdom here has that they're advancing. In nearly all of those, UK businesses or UK people are engaged, whether it's the creative industries, tourism, manufacturing, so many different areas where we're engaged, or for that matter, even airlines. So we want to expand that. But I'm here specifically because one of the things we've been trying to get over the line for some time is a trade deal, a free trade agreement between the UK, one of the G7 countries, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's not easy. 6 different members, obviously, of the GCC, but I'm very keen that we try to get to that position as soon as possible.
That's my question, Your Excellency.
I thought it might be.
Yeah. So, as you said, one major focus right now is the GCC UK Free Trade Agreement. My question for Your Excellency is, where do negotiations stand right now, and which key files are still on the table?
Well, even at this moment, more negotiating is happening. I wish I could tell you exactly where we're at. Before Christmas, I was thinking we were 95% done. Maybe we're 97.5% done. Maybe there's a couple of tiny things to be done. The thing is, with all negotiations, it's not done till it's all done. So you have no deal until you have the whole deal. So we're very, very close. And this would be important, I think, internationally. As I say, G7 country, one of the biggest economies in the world. The GCC, one of the growing areas of economic opportunity in the world, and wanting to diversify its economy in many different ways. We think that that is a really strong partnership. And if we could get that deal over the line, I don't know, in the next few days or weeks.
Hopefully,
Yes, hopefully. I think that would send a message to the rest of the world that, you know what, both the GCC and the UK, we believe in the rules-based order when it comes to world trade.
Yeah, we do.
And these are the kind of deals that we can do.
So could you please tell us more about the main, maybe, like, let's say, sticking points that may delay that deal?
Well, I'm very reluctant to let you in. I'm not going to lift the veil to show you what's going on in every detail of the negotiations, because the GCC has some asks, we have some asks, and we are going like this at the moment. And I hope at some point we'll be able to go like that.
We hope that it will, inshallah. So
definitely, inshallah.
As you said, is there? Let's say if there is a realistic timeline, you hope that the deal is finally will be like done. Like specifically, can you give us maybe
soon.
Soon.
I wish
like
so.
Very soon.
When politicians say soon, sometimes it doesn't mean anything. I know, and I had hoped that we would have got this done by Christmas. I have very cordial relations with both my counterparts here in Saudi, but I was also in Qatar yesterday, and I hope that we might manage to get to a place when we can do this very, very soon.
Very soon. We're optimistic. So, Your Excellency, how much do regional and global geopolitical developments may shape these talks for the free trade agreement?
So trade, in one sense, stands on its own.
Yeah.
You know, I've got milk, you've got eggs, somebody else has got flour,
That's
and
right.
if the three of us trade together, we can all make pancakes.
Yeah.
So you would hope that
Yeah.
whatever happens in the world, you can still continue to trade. But I noticed that some of the shocks in the world over the last, 2 years, 3 years, have provided real problems for everybody. So the war in Ukraine, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine has had an effect on energy prices in many parts of the world and the access to bread and to corn and so on. That's for many parts of Eastern Africa as well as the rest of the world. So that can be important. And obviously the situation in Gaza and in Israel has disturbed lots of people's understanding of how we can achieve peace and stability across the region. Peace and stability is always good for trade.
Yeah.
But I'm the trade minister. I'm not the peace minister.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Your Excellency, before a GCC-wide deal is reached, is a bilateral trade between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom an option?
I don't want to do a separate deal, but I want to crack on with trade with Saudi Arabia. I mean, and in fact, some of the things that we've already been discussing today and over the last few months around the World Expo that's coming, or the World Cup that is coming here, and whether there are elements that the British businesses can bring to that, because we have some expertise in that area. All of these issues are progressing every single day, and some of those don't depend on a trade deal.
Yeah.
It's not just about tariffs, it's about the willingness of businesses to work together and two governments to work together. And that's why, as I say, it's so important that we have this strategic partnership chaired by His Royal Highness and by our Prime Minister, and we're determined to push that forwards, as well as our Great Futures campaign, which looks at specific sectors in the economy.
Yeah. At a time of global economic and geopolitical uncertainty, Your Excellency, how can the UK and Saudi Arabia work together to strengthen supply chains and support global trade stability?
So in a few weeks' time, we will have the World Trade Organization big ministerial meeting in Cameroon.
Yeah.
And I think the whole of the Gulf, and in particular Saudi Arabia, has an important role to play in that, because as I was saying to my counterpart earlier today, we believe in the rules-based order. We believe that you can't just have chaos. It doesn't work for anybody. And in fact, if you lost the World Trade Organization, or if it sort of fell into disrepute and into disrepair for the future, the danger is that would affect many countries such as ours in a way that would undermine our future prosperity. So we need to do that. We also need to make sure that, in relation to critical minerals, for instance, that there are supply chains that enable the diversification of the economy here in Saudi Arabia, as well as in the UK. Just one tiny issue: the access to lithium around the world for electric vehicles. Is a really important part of enabling green technologies, which is one of the areas where Saudi Arabia and the UK, I think, have an opportunity to build more work.
Your Excellency, building on that, so why don't we just warm up our talk with a message from you to Saudi and British investors on our future together, our trade future together?
So there are so many ways in which we have been we've been such long-standing partners. There are so many aspects of the world that we see in a very similar way, even though we might have lots of cultural differences about the way we approach work and so on. But the fundamental truth is that the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom is based on trust.
That's right.
Long-standing trust. I know our king, for instance, has been to Saudi Arabia many, many times, has many friends here. And of course, many Saudis have friends and relatives who studied in the United Kingdom and have done so and come back to Saudi Arabia and been able to found businesses or progress in their careers because of the experience that they had training in our system. And of course, we both have legal systems that we know that we can trust.
Thank you so much, Rexy, for your time. It's an honor to have you here with us today.
Do you mind if I just say one other thing?
Yeah, sure.
So I think sometimes if you just look at social media, you might get a terribly wrong impression about the United Kingdom. The truth is that crime has fallen in recent years in the UK. London now has the lowest murder rate it's had for 5 decades.
Yeah.
People are safe in London, and we recently, the Metropolitan Police recently had a big campaign against mobile phone theft, and they've managed to seize a big gang. And I just look at some of the social media, and you would think the UK and London are troubled.
Yeah.
We're not. We're a very stable, safe country. And I know that Saudis often worry about the false impression of Saudi Arabia that is given in other countries as well. And so I would just say to people, you're safe in the United Kingdom, your investment is safe in the United Kingdom, business is safe, we are open for business.
Thank you so much. We do love your country, and Saudi Arabia has a great relation with your country. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Russia and Ukraine agree to swap over 300 prisoners of war at peace talks, while the U.S. envoy negotiate with Russian officials on new nuclear arms treaty. The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie makes an emotional plea for the return of her missing mother. And Japan heads to the polls with the Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi tipped to win the elections. President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have negotiated on the nuclear weapons control treaty with Russian officials on the sidelines of Ukraine talks in Abu Dhabi. The New START deal was designed to help prevent a nuclear war and cap the number of deployed warheads. To discuss this and all of today's top stories, I'm joined by broadcaster Jono Hayes and columnist and correspondent Gemma White here in studio. Thank you both for joining us. Gemma, we're going to start with you right now. So have there been any efforts from Washington and Moscow to actually negotiate another term for this nuclear treaty?
So if you'd asked me this question yesterday, I would have said absolutely not.
And the Kremlin was very outspoken on Wednesday about the fact that obviously the agreement ends today and that the US had not reached out to them or responded to any of their queries, whether or not these queries were actually made or not. But they said that the US government had not responded to any anything that the Kremlin had reached out for, and that ideas had been deliberately left unanswered. They called it erroneous and regrettable. And they also, it sounded a little bit threatening, but they said in the absence of, any kind of communications with the US, that they assumed that they were free to choose their next steps by themselves. Now, fast forward 24 hours, because obviously that's a very, short time in politics. And we have here in Abu Dhabi, we have these talks about Ukraine, but on the sidelines, the nuclear treaty has been raised. And the US has said, we agreed with Russia to operate in good faith and to start a discussion about ways it could be updated. Now, obviously, it ends today, and we're already in an extension period. The original treaty was for 10 years, and then it was extended for another year. It was originally signed between Obama and Medvedev. Yeah, I said I was going to struggle with that one. And so what the kind of information that's coming out now is it's probably practical to just stick to the treaty terms for the next 6 months while these new negotiations take place and just wait and see what comes out of them.
So much can happen in 6 months in today's
what's happened in 24 hours
world, right? We don't even know what's going to happen in 1 week.
Exactly.
Jono, so why does this agreement matter, and what does the lapse of this treaty mean for Washington and Moscow?
So it matters, Catalina, because it was the last safeguard that we had towards where many nuclear warheads in the US or Russia could be deployed and could, of course, be manufactured. So it allowed the inspections. That was the important part, whereby either party had inspection rights to see where we were at in terms of what sort of an arsenal of weaponry were at the disposal of the army of that country. So everyone knew what everyone else was doing, and there is great the knowledge and power that's involved in that is quite astronomical. While it's gone, there's no legally binding limit. So there's no verification mechanism. They can't go in and find out and check and see just how many weapons are actually there. And both countries can basically now operate on assumption, but also on suspicion. And this is where it comes into dangerous territory, because now there's no transparency there. Either country can be doing whatever they like behind closed doors, and the other one's completely oblivious, which is, of course, concerning. That doesn't mean missile launches tomorrow, far from it, but it does raise the risk of miscalculation, which of course is a very dangerous thing, politically speaking at least. It fuels a new arms race, which is potentially on the table as well. And now it forces both governments to rely heavily on deterrence instead of diplomacy. So both will try and up the ante in terms of their nuclear arms to try and make sure that they outdo the other in terms of what they've got available to them. So now the question is, what does Washington do next? And I think you have to look at where Washington is strategically placing its cards in the deck right now, and that seems to be at the door of China, which of course, as we know, there's a Trump visit on the way in April to go to China. There is Xi Jinping will head to the US sometime in autumn as well. Perhaps a deal will be done there as well, because it might be the part that Russia is no longer the big player that it once was in terms of a nuclear arms race. And Washington may see that China is that new stronghold now. And they might just shift attention to there and say, we're probably better off with a nuclear deal with China instead, potentially.
That's right, because Gemma, Trump did say that he wanted to negotiate a better deal, bringing China in. So there's a big question of China's participation. They're saying that they're not going to participate in disarmament deals or negotiations. So what's going on with China here?
So as you said, yes, Beijing has always rebuffed any notion of negotiations privately, publicly. They don't let inspectors come in. They're not sharing any data, which was the point of the treaty between the US and Russia. It was the sharing of data, and it was almost like that sort of keeping the channels of communication open. So Trump has himself said, let's look at a new deal. And he has publicly said he wants the deal to be between the US, Russia and China. So he's coming out and he's saying this. Rubio has also said that this arms control in the 21st century is impossible without China's input. So really what they're saying is, if you don't come to the table, there's a likelihood that we won't have a new arms treaty in place.
So, Jana, what do you think is the new era here when it comes to the nuclear race, right? Because what are the next steps? Do you think it's probably we're going to have to play more on deterrence rather than transparency?
Well, if we're looking at it from a deterrent point of view, and Russia still has this and has throughout this entire deal, Russia has always had the ability to have the much shorter range. It's got the freedom over those short-range missiles, which in terms of an arsenal, that is more usable in a regional conflict. So we've still had that threat, has always been there. Unless we're on the brink of something in the next 5 to 10 years, which is on a scale that is the US and Russia involved and China involved, this may not necessarily be something we need to be overly worried about too much. In terms of what will happen in the next 12 months, or the 6 months down the line, if we look, and we've heard about the extension of this for 12 months, there is nothing formally signed, which means that although we can say we're doing nothing, there's no inspections in place, so we could be doing whatever we want. That's where the concern comes into play. And I just think the administration will now look and think, where are we best suited to have the negotiation, and what are we best suited to sign next in order to keep the peace, so to speak, in terms of nuclear arms. But the damage that Russia is doing, certainly in Ukraine, is not being done by nuclear weapons. It's been done by missiles on a capable level that are regional. So it's a different scenario.
What do you think, Gemma? Do you think that Russia wants to even renew this treaty, or do you think they want to be a bit, free?
I think it's interesting that they are having these side conversations, obviously they're meeting in Abu Dhabi and the focus is on Ukraine. And usually Russia has proved itself to be quite unwilling to be pulled into little, side conversations. It's like, this is what's on the table for discussion and we're not going to go any further. But I do think that they would quite like to, but I think perhaps Russia could be joining China as well. Yeah. I do think that Russia does want a relationship with the US. I absolutely do believe that. And so the way we're seeing the world just changing so fast, alliances that once existed are being broken apart, new ones are being forged. I actually think it would be very foolish of them to walk away from an alliance of this magnitude.
Yeah. So stay right there as we do move on to another story now. The NBC anchor Savannah Guthrie and her family have made an emotional plea for her missing mother. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared in the middle of the night just a few days ago, and investigators suspect she was abducted. They say they're looking into an alleged ransom note. Here's some of what her family had to say.
Mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive.
So that's a heartbreaking video there, Gemma. What information do we have on how the mom disappeared?
So we know, or the authorities know, when she was last seen, which was Saturday, Jan 31st, and she was reported missing on February the 1st. So they firmly believe that she was taken against her will, possibly while she was sleeping. They've found signs of forced entry at the home. And there are reports that blood was found at the location. That hasn't been officially verified as to whether that was blood from Nancy Guthrie or whether it was blood from one of the perpetrators. They just don't know. They know that her personal items, wallet, phone and car were left behind. Obviously, these are things that you would take with you if you were going somewhere purposefully, and they're reviewing security footage. Now, the most recent break in this story is the fact that there is rumoured to be a ransom note, a ransom note that was sent to a television station and then also to the celebrity website TMZ. Now, this has not been confirmed by officials at all. However, there are sources saying that the information in this ransom note could only have been known by someone who took the lady. Irrespective of, perhaps details that you might find online, they are saying specifically they were there. They could only have done this, known this, if they were there that night. And also, there's speculation that they've asked for a ransom sum in the form of Bitcoin. So they're the most recent updates. Now, literally about sort of just before we came on air, the FBI announced that there is a $50,000 reward for information leading to, finding her. And they do believe that she's still alive. So that's where we're at the moment.
That's good to know, Jono. Are there any leads from the police on the actual identity of the suspect?
Not at the moment. They have not made anything clear or publicly confirmed, at least, if they have any suspect in mind. But they have made it clear it's an active and progressing investigation, which is, as Gemma mentioned, they're reviewing the security footage, but also digital data, which might be at hand to them. Past incidents in the area, they're looking into those as well and seeing what else is possibly linked to this. And you have to wonder, what is the story behind this? Because we don't know a whole lot about this. And I've been down a rabbit hole all evening about this, trying to dive deeper into the ransom note that has been allegedly put out there as well. The motive behind it, which is also up in the air. For now, they're being quite cautious about this and releasing details because that also could compromise the active investigation, which is ongoing. So they want to hold back on sharing any information that might be pivotal towards her discovery, but also that could be intrinsically leading the kidnappers or the abductors down the path of knowing more information than they need to know. So it is a concerning one, but it is a wild one. It has taken conspiracy theories to a whole other level in the last 24 hours on this story. And as Gemma said, that video was sent to the station where her daughter works, which is where it was first, and which is why they thought this could be a hoax, this may not be a legitimate ransom note, but they've now been led to believe otherwise if the fact that the ransom note is true. And it seems the information is pointing to that there has been a ransom note with a Bitcoin request attached.
There must be a fear as well that this could start copycats.
Yeah.
If you're obviously Savannah Guthrie, she's well known in the US. I wouldn't call her a global name, but she's very famous in the US. So you'd have to wonder if other people on her level of fame are looking out for their, more for their elderly relatives, and that's got to be the fear as well. But yeah, the authorities have been saying this is an isolated incident, that there's no danger to the community around you. But yeah, that you've probably got a lot of people starting to look at their security with regards to their relatives. And
I don't feel that's so common in the United States, right? I think we see that a lot in Latin America, but
on an 84-year-old woman, it is wild. And they've now said, obviously, she's without her medication for this extended period of time. The lady already has a pacemaker in place, which I think initially, Gemma, they'd said they wanted a GPS track.
See if they could track it, yes.
Which is not a thing, which I didn't think it was either, but they said they wanted to try that. She's without medication now for a couple of days, which is worrying because she needs that medication. And surely, for the abductors, the kidnappers, this is a risky kidnapping to carry out. You surely know that an 84-year-old woman is going to be frail, first and foremost. It's not an easy kidnapping. And thirdly, is going to require medication throughout.
And Jono, you lead us to our next question, right? Because we were discussing and you had a bit of information on this. What's the difference between kidnapping and abducting? Because we were kind of debating what word to use, right?
So obviously they're frequently used in the media. We use abduction, but abduction is normally involving children. And also it doesn't normally involve ransom. So it's normally a custody dispute, a runaway case, or a trafficking case. There is no ransom, coercion, there's no leverage in there. Whereas kidnapping always involves those particular things. So I think they said that it's all abductions are kidnappings, not all kidnappings are abductions, if that makes sense. So you have to have the coercion and there has to be a ransom note to make it a kidnapping, which this now, if the ransom note turns out to be true, this is exactly what this is. And we don't know entirely what the motive is behind this, which is the worrying part about this.
Exactly, and I think that's why we've been so confused about what word to use, kidnap or abduction, because of such little information that we have on this case. Also, do explain, because we were discussing this before, they're asking for Bitcoin as a ransom. Gemma explained this earlier. Besides the obvious reasons, which is the lack of transparency, this is quite new, right? We haven't heard this in the media recently.
It's because it's so untraceable, and this is the issue with crypto. One of the wonderful reasons why it's used for money laundering is the fact that it's so untraceable. It's a code between 24 and 36 digits. I can generate as many of those wallet codes as I would like, and at rapid speed as well. I can do that to make sure that it's untraceable, therefore breaking the chain in the Bitcoin block so that when you send me something, it's now untraceable again. That money instantly goes to an account. I can transfer it from that account to my Bitcoin account, and it's disappeared into the ether of the Bitcoin world and into the cryptocurrencies. And nobody will have a clue where that came from, who created that digital wallet, because it's so unique, the ID, and then who's also receiving the funds. So crypto is the safest way for these kidnappers to go about getting their money. Gone are the days of a duffel bag being left outside a phone box. And this is, obviously, with CCTV and everything, these kidnappers are not going to get away with this, regardless. But crypto is the safest way for them to obtain this money. But they are now looking for proof of life, which you would imagine any family would, right? At this stage, you have to look for proof of life.
And there was the other concern with the AI, right? Because they can easily clone her voice, so...
And face, and everything. We've seen deepfake AIs concerningly accurate. So this is the reason why they're asking for it to be verified information that only she would know.
Technology sneaking in, right, into this abduction case right now. So thanks for your thoughts there, Jem and Jono. Let's move on right now. Cost of living concerns are taking center stage as Japan heads to the polls this weekend for a snap general election. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is hoping to capitalize on her sky-high approval ratings to strengthen the governing coalition's position in the country's legislature. Patrick Folk reports.
For many voters in Japan, rising food costs is becoming a key issue in this weekend's lower house vote. Food accounts for nearly 30% of average household spending, the highest among G7 economies, and a primary driver of overall inflation in the country. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has vowed to suspend a levy on food for 2 years to offer some relief. But not all are convinced.
If they're so keen on reducing consumption tax, why didn't they do that already? Given that they have been in power, it's not like a change of government or even an election is necessary for the Takaichi government to lower consumption tax. So it's a defensive move, which is largely designed to try to depress the salience of this issue, which is seen as a vote loser for the LDP potentially.
Still, according to one recent poll, Takaichi's Liberal Democratic Party will exceed a majority of 233 seats up for grabs in Japan's Diet. Winning a greater share of the legislature would strengthen the Prime Minister's economic agenda, including accelerated defense spending. It could also solidify Takaichi's position as a leader for the long term, marking a shift away from Japan's revolving door politics. She's the country's fourth Prime Minister to take office since Shinzo Abe stepped down 6 years ago.
We keep changing Prime Ministers way too often. This time, Japan got its first female Prime Minister, Ms. Takaichi. But, you know, her term so far has been quite short, and people abroad will probably think, oh, Japan just changed leaders again. I feel that it would be better if she could stay in office longer and understand our country more deeply and handle diplomacy with other countries more effectively.
Worsening relations with China is also on some voters' minds. Takaichi triggered a diplomatic dispute with Beijing in November after suggesting Japan might intervene in the event of an attack by China on Taiwan. But Beijing's furious response may have backfired and boosted Takaichi's popularity ratings at home. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
So we saw a bit of it there, Jono and Patrick Folk's report, but tell us a bit more. What are the biggest issues facing the Japanese electorate here?
So it seems that this is the issues facing voters around the globe, but the dominant concerns there are the rising cost of living, stagnant wage growth as well, and long-term pressure of an ageing population on healthcare and pensions. So again, this has been echoed through many countries around the globe, but voters are worried that the national security is at risk there as well. There is the ongoing tensions involving China and North Korea as well. And there's a strong undercurrent of frustration with political instability because there have been years of short-lived governments in Japan. They've had a history of this for quite a while now. So young voters, particularly young voters, they're focused on economic opportunity and prosperity for their future and transparency, which is something that they want more of. And then the older voters will, as they normally do, prioritise themselves, stability and social protection, which of course is very important for the ageing population of Japan. So we're in this unusual territory because they need the voters to come out and show. And Takaichi has had a wonderful show of support and a wonderful opinion rating as well, which is great. And she's doing really well with younger voters. Here's the issue. Nobody's going to the polls in Japan. Okay. And this is what's potentially going to be the downfall. We've seen elections based upon popularity be lost because the people who are rooting for them on social media are unfortunately not the ones who are showing up to the polling station, and your older voters are more likely to turn out. Turnout rates for Japan typically 50%, which is that's on par with the midterm election in the US, which will normally get 50% compared to 66% for your main elections. Europe will have, on average, 66 to 75%. So Japan, on a global scale, is actually performing quite poorly. And as we know, older people prefer to vote compared to younger people. So this is where maybe she might face a small bit of issues when it comes to this public vote.
Interesting. And Gemma, so tell us a bit more about the buzz regarding Takaichi, because will power win here over personality? Will that dominate the elections?
It's really interesting because obviously she's Japan's first female prime minister, so it's kind of unprecedented here. And they're having conversations in the political world they weren't having before, which is what women in politics find themselves on the end of, talking about their personal style, talking about their accessories, talking about their soft power. So these are all new conversations in Japanese politics, which is really interesting. So she has a very strong personal brand, and that's transcended the traditional politics. Obviously, she is the first female, prime minister. And it does suggest that her personal appeal has had an effect on voter confidence and enthusiasm. We'll see if that will be enthusiastic enough to bring them out to vote. Now, she called the snap election just 3 months after, coming to power. She's still in the honeymoon period. It's very politically savvy of her to do so. So she's showing herself to be like a really kind of smooth operator. Her social media presence, she has, she's been out there, she's been talking to people on social media. And her personal style is dissected. She wears a lot of blue, so the colours of blue that she wears. Her handbag has, went viral and is selling out. So there's all these things that have kind of gone beyond traditional party politics in Japan. Now, also the catchphrase. When she got the job, she was going to work. Not a Rihanna song, her phrase, and it went viral. So much around her. There's been so many headlines generated. I think you can't, at the moment, separate the two.
And how about, because you mentioned this before, Gemma, I think it was you, she recently got a Trump endorsement.
Yes. So Trump met her a week after. He was on a tour of Asia, and obviously the elections had happened. And so he met her just a week into her, her being prime minister. And they got on very, very well. Obviously, they rolled out the red carpet. They gave him all the treatment that he loves. So, again, very savvy. And he told her, anything you want, any favours you need, anything to help Japan. Now, they also signed a golden age deal. This involved what Trump is always after at the moment, which is, things like rare minerals. And they struck a 15% tariff negotiation deal as well. So that was within a week of her, taking, the big job. And since then, they're meeting again, aren't they? They are going to be meeting again, I think, in like a few months or so. So, yeah, I do think that's a relationship that's developed. And she is an ultra-conservative as well. She's not like a liberal leader. So, again, that will appeal to Trump's politics. And I do actually think that the US endorsement will be good for her ratings.
I do believe so. And Jono, China and Japan tensions, how is this going to play out during the election?
Well, that really depends on how she swings this story, because Japan has been run by the same party for decades. So this effectively is just a handing of the guard over to somebody who is effectively the Emmanuel Macron or the Justin Trudeau of Japan, because we're talking about her style more than we're talking about her political policies. Because honestly, I don't know what her political policies are, because that's not what made headlines for her just yet. Okay. The stability between those three nations is something that she was going to have to bring to the fore and discuss with the voters, because that is something that they've listed as one of their very high priorities. You would hope that that's something she can do in the run-up to those elections. But the real issue within Japanese politics is within the party itself, the leading party itself. They are all quietly competing for different positions and vying for different positions within that party. So the real politics of Japan is happening not between different parties, but within one party and between themselves. So the bureaucrats of Japan have held serious power, and they have for very, very many years. There's elite civil servants who are shaping policy there as well. And this comes down to the transparency, which young voters are going to request more of this. They want to find out what's going on behind those closed doors. And how come bureaucrats are going to be the ones who are making these they're staying, they're steering the ship. They want to find less of that and more being put upon the Premiership and making sure that the Prime Minister makes these decisions instead. So in the next days and weeks, she'll have to make it clear what her policy is in regards to China and North Korea. And I think she's going to have to affiliate herself with the US if she thinks she wants that security there as well, which I think the young voters may in fact curry her favour a little bit, because they may come out in force to support her then. And then she better keep her fingers crossed that there's a good turnout at the polling station for people who support her policies and procedures if they are agreeing with them.
Well, a developing story. We'll know more about her policies soon. So stay right there as we move on to another story now. President Trump has decided to stay neutral in the debate over his next successor. Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have been floated as nominees for the 2023 Republican presidential campaign. Trump says the two men should run together on the same ticket. Take a listen.
You know, I do have a vice president, and typically it would be, and JD's doing a fantastic job.
He would be at the top of the list?
It could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity, but certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, you know, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
So, Gemma, we just heard President Trump there say he doesn't want to get involved. So why has President Trump decided not to take sides?
I actually think this is a very savvy move for two reasons. Firstly, he doesn't want to pull focus from himself. You know, if he backs someone, that's what's going to be all the headlines. That's what everyone's going to be talking about, rather than Trump himself. And as he has said quite a few times, he's still got 3 more years left. So he doesn't want anything to pull focus from what he's going to do or achieve. You know, we can't even fathom what that might be in the next 3 years. Now, also, it stops inter-party conflict. If he names one, he's got another 3 years. It could cause infighting. It could cause, you know, disloyalty. It could cause a lot of, you know, disagreements. So no, it's good that he hasn't said I'd back Vance, I'd back Rubio. It's politically savvy. Now, it also avoids locking in his vote too early. You know, what if he backs one of them now and there's a giant scandal, you know, 6 months down the line? That's gonna, you know, then he'll have to perhaps talk back or walk back, you know, his support. He's praised both men equally. He's called them fantastic, very capable, and of very high intelligence. And he also did publicly say he doesn't want a fight over who's going to be his successor. So remaining neutral, it doesn't alienate anyone. And again, it doesn't alienate their supporters. Rubio has his supporters. Vance has his supporters. So Trump's not alienating any parts of, you know, the MAGA fan base there. As you say, yeah, he also has suggested they run on the same ticket, which I think would be a very interesting thing.
It would be amazing. Good
That
poster.
would be interesting. And Gemma touched on this topic a bit of, you know, not stepping one another. Does this in any way, inevitably, Jono, pin the two against each other from now on?
Oh, 100%. And I think to think otherwise, Catalina, just to think they have to now quietly, because publicly they can't go at loggerheads with each other, but quietly they're going to try to keep on his best side possible, which is the best way to do it. It keeps both of them close, but also places them in that quiet competition that could continue for the next 3 years, and then see, you know, who is the better man. They've got to try and, as Gemma mentioned, appeal to Trump's base, as well as form their own base, which they have done quite well so far, but then they've got to openly support each other and then quietly attack each other if they want to try and succeed in this. So that's going to create a bit of a slow burn rivalry that we'd see. It's a bit college football-esque. And there has to be no immediate clash. They can't argue with each other in the next couple of weeks or months or years. So strategically, it's of benefit to Donald Trump because he maintains that influence, and then he forces both potential successors. Those I think are probably more likely to prove their loyalty and their leadership over time. But historically speaking, they're at the disadvantage. Well, certainly we've seen from the point of view of J.D. Vance, a VP coming in and taking over has not happened that often. George H.W. Bush would have been the last one. as he was VP for Ronald Reagan. Then before that would have been Nixon, who was Eisenhower's VP. And then I think the one before that is in the 1800s, when it was Van Buren. He took over as president, having served as Andrew Jackson's VP. So it doesn't happen that often, to be fair, that the VP will come in and take the seat. However, what's going to stand to reason here is because we've only had a 4-year term for the Republicans this time round. And if Trump can't stand again for whatever reason, there's no change to the Constitution in the next 3 years, then it may be something that the American people want. They may vote in Republicans again. But there are other people surely who could be taking the race instead. I mean, we've all got candidates that we think surely they're going to step up. Like, I don't see why Donald Trump Jr. by then has not got his teeth into it enough. Or Jared Kushner.
Yeah. That's why. Let's talk about what are your top picks, Jono? You said Jared Kushner.
I thought Jared Kushner, I think, is not bad. I think Ted Cruz. I mean, look, he's been around for a very long time as well.
I'm trying.
Nikki Haley, she could come back again, and she was a 2024 contender. Who knows? But I do think we'll see an underdog come up in the next couple of years, and I think Trump will do that. An apprentice, for want of a better word, that he will bring up. And I thought Jared Kushner is a good runner for that. Yes, he's got no political prowess. Yes, he seems to enjoy his life out of the spotlight more than being in it. But he's taken on tasks that are setting him up for a life in the public eye. And I think he could be a contender if we get to see a little bit more of him and keeping him in there with the Trump family again. There's been other names brandished around as well, though, right?
Are you thinking Nicki Minaj?
I don't know. I don't know if Nicki Minaj is. Stranger things have happened. But I think...
She'll be vice president.
Yeah, Ivanka Trump, I think her name has been put in there. And Melania Trump, has put her name in there as well, right, to say, could she potentially go in?
We heard Oprah.
Oprah.
Yeah.
Oprah swinging, being a Republican and then running for election would be wild.
The biggest plot twist of the 21st century, definitely. I think Ivanka, though, she has said she was kind of done with politics, after the first term. But I think she would still like to kind of be perhaps behind the scenes. I think that's probably where she sees her strengths, lie. But no, Nicki Minaj for...
Nicki Minaj is a solid... We'll come back to this.
In 3 years.
In 3 years and see.
Plot twist, Donald Trump has a third term.
Wow, surprise.
No one else is president. So now it's that time of the show where Jono and Gemma have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. We'll start with you, Jono. Yours has a very personal edge. Parents are shunning traditional names.
You're a dying breed.
This cut deep, I gotta be honest with you. My name is very much in decline. Names that were once really prominent in the classroom. You're talking your John, your James, your Elizabeth, your Marys. Unfortunately, nobody's calling their kids this anymore when they're born, which is devastating because I think I'm the 5th or 6th generation of John, and everyone else in my family is called John as well, and nephews and nieces and everything. So I think that name for my family is going to stick, but for everybody else, it's likely that we're getting, first of all, variations of names. So we'll take your names like Holly, but we'll change it to Hollie or Holl and then sell with 47 initials after it to make it different. Yeah. So variations of names are becoming more popular. But in the last 12 months, the names Noah, Elijah and Mateo were the biggest for guys. And for girls, it was Amelia, Isabella and a name that I love, Aurora. So there's been some funky different names. However, good news, if you're a bog standard basic Jono like I am, in the 2 generations' time, the name will come back into trend again because it'll be fashionable all over again because it'll become so uncommon that it'll be nice to have it again. It'll be back around. So
you'll see your name back in 2 generations, Jono, but stay alive.
Yeah, well,
I'll try. Biohacking, right?
There'll be Grandad Jono, and then there'll be all little baby Jonos.
You'll live to watch.
I'll be 27 again. It'll be fine.
Gemma, what do you think? Are you going to be...
Well, my middle name is Elizabeth,
Jr.?
so I'm kind of a bit of a dinosaur as well. Yeah, that Elizabeth was on the...
Yeah, it's coming back round, though.
Of course.
You live
up, right, okay. You live up to the name.
I do agree. I remember, George was a really old-fashioned name in the UK.
Yeah.
And now my nephew's called George, and of his age group, they're 16, 17. I know about 5 or 6 of them. So, yeah, it
it's
really
cool
does
names that are coming back again.
Yeah.
Like, you never see a young Keith, and you never see a baby called Keith.
No.
Anymore.
Exactly.
But they'll be coming back in the next
Derek.
generation. You never see a baby Derek.
No. I would like to meet a baby Derek. That would be hilarious.
Just one question. Maybe you mentioned this. The study was in the UK. Yeah.
It is UK based, but they've said that it's across Germany and Europe as well. The same thing is going. Their variations of it, Johannes and whatever else, have also gone into decline. But they'll be back.
No Dereks in Germany, maybe.
No.
So, Gemma, now tell us about Craig David's short-lived stint as a Good Samaritan.
This is hilarious, and I'm so glad that it's Craig David. Jono and I both thought we'd do some Craig David here.
Is this time of the show where you educate me?
This is the part of the show where we teach
I feel left out now.
British culture. Yeah. Craig David is a 90s to early 2000s British R&B star.
An icon.
An icon, very well known for his facial hair as well. Now, he sold a lot of records, but he also has a bit of a reputation of being a little bit cheesy, so he did fall out of favour and became, you know, the butt of, like, a few jokes because of a television show called Beau Selector, where the guy just took the mickey out of him all the time, hence this. So he's in the Maldives, and a flying fish lands on the deck of his boat where he's having his dinner, and he thinks he's being this really good Samaritan, so he scoops up the fish and he throws it back in the sea, and he's like, oh, you know, look, I've saved this fish, and look, it's lovely moonlight, and then this giant fish comes along and eats the flying fish, and he's filming this on TikTok, and he's sort of going, oh my goodness, oh no. And now there's so many jokes, like using his song 7 Days, you know. I met this fish on Monday, threw him back in the sea on Tuesday, got eaten by another
Gemma, your storytelling skills are amazing, but we do have visuals. We have visuals.
Let's see. Can we see the flying fish that tried to escape, and then, you know, Craig David just threw him back into the sea?
We'll launch the video now.
This is crazy. I'm literally having dinner, and this fish comes flying out. Okay, I'm just going to grab you. Here we go, we're putting you back in. Come on, man. Stay with me, stay with me. So this fish just literally just jumped out of the sea, and you're going back in here, my friend. Oh my gosh. That's the full moon for you. Look, it's still alive. That's the full moon. Come on, come on, come on. You still got it inside of you. You still got it. Oh my God. Oh dear.
That was short-lived. That was a
terrible.
Terrible. That fish was dead as well, I'm sure, when you put it back in the water. I'm not buying that it was alive for a second.
Look, it's still fluttering, though. Look, from nerves, sheer nerves. Or perhaps it's excited. Oh, my God, I'm on Craig David's
Muscle
boat.
reflex.
This
Anyone
is
who's
so
ever worked in a
exciting.
fishmonger's will tell you they move for ages after they're...
Maybe it was in the boat to stay away from predators.
I think leapt on the boat, saw it as Craig David's boat, amazing, you know, 90s R&B star, and then Craig David throws him overboard.
Maybe Craig David's like the name story, Jono's story. He'll be cool in 2 generations again.
Craig David's not going to be cool in the 2 generations. His day
he
is
had
done.
his time.
I'm going to have to investigate Craig David.
Don't get into too much of a rabbit hole. You're never going to get out of it. It's not a bad place to be. I'm just letting you know.
I'll let you know. Well, thanks to both our guests today, Gemma and Jono, broadcaster Jono Hayes, columnist and correspondent Gemma White. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Iran and the United States are set to hold talks in Oman on Friday. Tehran says the talks will focus squarely on its nuclear program, but Washington demands that the talks go far beyond that. We ask, can the talks go ahead with such differences of opinion regarding their scope? Plus. With all eyes on the trilateral talks between Russia, Ukraine and the US in Abu Dhabi, France appears to be gearing up to re-engage with Moscow. We'll ask French Senator Nathalie Goulet if she thinks it's time for President Macron and President Putin to meet, or whether she thinks it might be still too soon. Hello and welcome to the programme. After weeks of exchanges of threats between Washington and Tehran, the two sides are set to hold talks in Oman on Friday. Long-stalled nuclear negotiations raise questions about whether a new deal could be reached by the Trump administration. Well, the talks come as Iran faces ongoing criticism over its crackdown on protesters and as tensions rise in the Arabian Sea, where US warships are positioned near Iranian waters. Well, despite the planned talks, President Trump told CBS News that Iran's supreme leader should be worried.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us.
I know they are, but the protesters have said, you know, where are the Americans? You promised them we would have their back. Do we still have their back?
We've had their back, and look, that country's a mess right now because of us. We went in, we wiped out their nuclear.
So that's the question. If we want them out,
peace in the Middle East. If I didn't take out their nuclear, think of it. If we didn't take out that nuclear, we wouldn't have peace in the Middle East.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to David Sedney, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense who served under President Obama. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, Mr. Sedney. Let's look at what's happening in Muscat, first of all. What sort of a deal do you think can be struck, if any, during those talks tomorrow?
Well, it's hard to believe that there'll be any deal struck in the talks tomorrow. But if the talks lay a basis for additional talks, then maybe a deal might be possible. The Trump administration originally, of course, said the talks had to be broader than just the nuclear issue and to be held in Istanbul. And they agreed to, caved in, if you will, to the Iranians' insistence they be moved to Oman and focus only on nuclear issues. At the same time, the U.S. is doing saber rattling by sending its carrier group to the Middle East and shooting down an Iranian drone and leaking to the press a list of possible military options that the U.S. military has presented to Trump. So there's a lot of posturing going on, and the talks will be at the center of those, but it may not be where the decisions are made. Given the continuing impact on Iran of all of the demonstrations and the harsh crackdown that's going on now, it's hard to see that Iran can make any major compromises at the present time. At the same time, President Trump is unlikely to fully back down from his demands that Iran do something to ensure that its nuclear program is no longer ever operational.
Do you think the US wants a deal at the end of the day with this leadership in Tehran? Because wouldn't that legitimize the leadership in Tehran and pretty much ensure that they carried on being the leaders of that country?
Well, you say the U.S., but of course it's not the U.S., it's Trump. This is all about Donald Trump. He's the one who makes the decisions. He doesn't have any advisors who really give him much in the way of advice. He makes the decisions on a day-to-day basis. And for Trump, he is looking for things that he can portray as wins in the United States at a time when he and his people and his supporters are doing very poorly politically. They're facing a possible major loss in elections later this year. So Trump is looking for something that's a win. If the Iranians an agreement on nuclear issues can be sold as a win, he'll take that. Or just doing some more bombing, which is something he likes to do, and then declaring victory is also a possibility. But it really depends upon what Trump thinks will play well with his constituency back home in the U.S. That's who he's playing for. It's not really about what's going on in Iran. It's about what's going on in the U.S.
When we heard President Trump saying earlier on in this program, bad things would happen in the absence of a deal, or words to that effect. I mean, what would you say the most obvious options are that he's got for these so-called bad things?
Well, the most obvious options would be I'd say two tiers. All of these are very, very aggressive and probably against international law, but one would be attacks on military facilities, such as anything associated with Iran's missile program. But the second it would be political attacks, including attacks on Qom, where the Iranian supreme leader is, something meant to really destabilize the country. So those are two, I'd say, categories of attacks that the U.S. could carry out on military targets or on political targets.
Okay, I mean, how much military and naval weaponry and firepower does the U.S. currently have in the region, would you say?
It has quite a lot. The U.S. has an air base in Qatar that has very capable military. We've got carrier strike groups there. Plus, as we did when we bombed Iran last year, we can send our high-altitude bombers from the U.S. that they can fly directly there and drop very high-precision weapons on Iran. So the U.S. has a range of options and can really do some serious damage. Whether it's enough to overthrow the regime is another question. But the U.S. has complete dominance of the skies. Iranian air defenses have been destroyed by Israel and the United States in the last conflict.
Can you see a scenario in which some of that heavy weaponry and that military hardware, such as the USS Abraham Lincoln, simply turns around at the end of the day, having been unused? Is that an option?
I can only see that as an option if Trump finds some kind of victory, whether it's a deal on the nuclear issue that he can call a victory, or whether it's a series of strikes that leave Iran in a much weaker position than it already is. It's already in a weak position, but an even weaker position than it already is. Well, I think there are many who are in the U.S. and elsewhere who would like to see the Iranian regime fall. I don't think that's the primary goal for President Trump. He's shown the willingness to embrace people like Kim Jong-un in North Korea, Vladimir Putin, and others who are international pariahs. So I don't think it really bothers him to make deals with people that other people look upon as pariahs.
If the United States does strike Iran, I mean, how would you predict Iran responding? Would they respond immediately? Would they wait? What sort of targets would they single out? What are your thoughts?
Well, what they did last time is we had a choreographed response where essentially the Iranians telegraphed what they were going to do. The U.S. had sufficient missile defenses deployed in the Middle East to protect our forces there, and the Iranians sent off attacks. Those attacks were intercepted, and essentially no damage was done. If there was another attack by the U.S. on Iran, I think for domestic reasons, would have to respond. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a similar thing, but I don't think it would be the kind of thing that would damage core, that would result in major physical damage to the U.S. or its allies.
I mean, obviously the axis of resistance, which Iran has been able to count on in the past, and I'm talking about Hezbollah, I'm talking about the Houthis, and I'm talking about Hamas. I mean, they're all pretty degraded entities. I mean, who can cause the most disruption on Iran's behalf, should they be instructed to?
I agree with you about the degradation and the fact that if they were to take any further steps, they would be even further weakened. So I think given their own situations, the Houthis are under pressure from a recent Saudi offensive in Yemen. Hezbollah has very little capability left after the Israeli destruction of its leadership. I don't think there really is any of these proxies that are available to Iran that can do anything that will be of major impact to the United States. It would be any kind of retaliation by Iran would be by Iranian missiles against U.S. and allied targets in the Gulf and on Israel. But as I said, I don't think those will be effective because I think we have sufficient defenses. The Israelis have sufficient defenses to prevent those retaliatory strikes from having any serious impact.
Now, the former National Security Advisor there in the US, John Bolton, someone we hear from quite a lot, said there's no chance of an agreement. He said the talks are a waste of oxygen. I mean, he's clearly an Iran hawk. pretty much always has been, and he seems to want the US to strike Iran. How many people in Washington do you think see things the way he does?
There are certainly people, Ambassador Bolton is one, and there are many others in that sort of wing of the Trump supporters and Republicans who would like to see a regime change in Iran. However, there is also a much stronger countervailing force from the America First isolationists, who are the main base of Trump supporters. They don't want to see any international involvements, whatever. Trump's attacks on Venezuela and his posturing in the Middle East, his support of Israel, have led those people, those America First isolationist strand of the party, to lose some confidence in Trump, and he needs their support in the elections. So while Ambassador Bolton is very vocal, I think it's important to look at the people such as Senator Rand Paul, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, others who are in the very strong MAGA isolationist wing of the Republican Party, and I think they are more important to Trump than Ambassador Bolton. Ambassador Bolton, in fact, is somebody that Trump hates.
Now, just lastly, I mean, Iran seems to have a weak negotiating hand, and yet they're being dictatorial about the choice of venue, what's on the agenda. I mean, if these talks fail, what then happens?
Well, if the talks fail, meaning both sides walk away and say we're not going to talk ever again, then I would expect a continuing ratcheting up of U.S. military pressure, perhaps more combined Israeli U.S. attacks on the areas where Iran may be reconstituting its nuclear forces, as many have speculated. I think that would at a minimum happen. But I think that's very unlikely. I think the fact that the United States agreed to the Iranian demands shows that the U.S. is more in the area of supplicant here than the Iranians are, even though the Iranians are in a weaker position. But of course, we'll see what happens in the talks tomorrow and afterwards.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. David Sedney, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Obama. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Mick Mulroy, who is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mick. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Let's start by turning our attention to what's happening in Muscat. Iranian and US officials are due to meet there tomorrow, Friday, for talks. And President Trump is threatening military intervention if diplomacy fails. Do you think diplomacy will fail?
So, Tom, I certainly hope not. The best path out of this is diplomacy, as it usually is. But there's a lot of hurdles that could derail that process. The first being the U.S. doesn't just want to talk about curtailing nuclear weapons ambitions of Iran. They also want to add the ballistic missile program of Iran and the support to what we call proxies, what they call allies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. That's something Iran has categorically said they don't even want to discuss, let alone have any concessions on. So if that is the stance that stays, then it's hard to see how this diplomatic path will move forward. It's really going to come down to whether both sides are willing to compromise.
Right. I mean, there are people, obviously, in Washington, like the former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton, saying the talks have no chance of reaching an agreement. They're a waste of oxygen. It doesn't sound like you agree with him, but how many people in Washington and in President Trump's immediate circle do agree with that line of thinking?
Well, I think the United States has gotten a lot of pressure from our partners in the Gulf to at least attempt to see if this can be settled diplomatically. And I do think the Trump administration wants to see a new agreement with Iran.
Right. I mean, with all these changes of venue, the differences of opinion on the what's on the agenda and what isn't on the agenda, I mean, do you think Washington's got pretty close to just walking away? And do you think there is still a chance that meeting won't happen tomorrow?
I do think there's still a chance it won't happen. When the Iranians asked for it to be moved from Ankara, Turkey, to Muscat, Oman, I think the U.S. viewed that as standard Iranian delay tactics, indicating that they weren't very serious about these negotiations. But again, I think our Gulf partners, the U.S. Gulf partners, did put pressure on the United States to at least attend the discussions in Oman and see where they lead. I do believe if they get there on the first day and there's no indication of compromise on the side of the Iranians, that this will probably end, and the option to take military strikes in Iran will become very much more likely. I imagine it will be the final decision by President Trump and then turning it over to the military to execute based on a timeline that fits, environmental circumstances, weather, etc. But this is Friday is going to be a big meeting, and we're going to probably learn fairly early on whether this has any chance of success.
Right. I mean, President Trump has ordered strikes on Iran before. Were he to order more, what would you say would be the most likely targets?
Well, there's been reporting, and the White House has commented on the fact that there's imagery, open source imagery, so I'm sure they have even more detailed imagery, that the Iranians have started rebuilding some of the nuclear sites that we struck before. So I think they will be on the list. Any kind of attempt to revitalize their capability there could be seen as a threat, and that would be one of the targets. The other targets, because they're trying to limit the ballistic missile capability of Iran, would likely be on that capacity, specifically the launchers. There's a lot of weapons, but there's not a lot of launching capability. So I think that would be a target, as well as potentially the regime. There's been discussions that President Trump has entered into on these protesters, on the brutal tactics used by the regime to kill and incarcerate them. The regime targets could also be in place. So it could be all of the above. I'm sure the courses of action that are being presented to President Trump include some version of all of those, and we'll just have to see what he decides ultimately is the way forward.
Right. I mean, one thing I want to ask you about is what sort of support Iran has got internationally. I mean, China sounds slightly supportive. They said they oppose the threat of force and sanction pressure. But other than that, I'm not hearing too much by way of support for Iran. I mean, how isolated are they?
Fairly isolated. I think a lot of their traditional support, you mentioned China, Russia, they see what's going on in Iran right now. This is not a fabricated Western protest. This is an organic, across every province, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people protesting dire economic circumstances. Yes, partly because of the sanctions, but also because of the incompetence of the leadership, which focuses almost entirely on maintaining the regime itself. So I think there's a lot of concern that this regime might be on the way out. What will replace it, I don't know. And that's something I'm sure the intelligence community in the U.S. has been tasked with trying to determine. But I think that might be one of the reasons for this hesitancy in their traditional allies to come to their aid.
I mean, do you think there are some large cracks that can be exploited internally? Because, of course, we did see at the beginning of this year huge protests, but with an internet blackout, it's hard to tell. But we can assume, can't we, that there is still anger smouldering under the surface and not very far under the surface.
Absolutely. And it's important to point out that these protests are still ongoing. And the fact that they might be less intense might be the fact that they've killed so many thousands of protesters and incarcerated by some estimations up around 50,000 people. So it's a brutal tactics, not because they've changed their perspective and are trying to get some kind of concession to the Iranian people. It's because they essentially incarcerated probably most of the leadership of these protests or killed. So I do think this is still a serious issue inside of Iran. It could be exploited, but the question really does come down to, if the regime is removed, is another regime going to take its place that's even more anti-Western? A lot of people believe that's the case. If it was the opposition leaders, then certainly that would be a better path for the United States, the region, for stability in the international community. But it's just unclear who would rise to fill the gap if there was a removal or a decapitation of the current regime.
Just lastly, Mick, I mean, just turning my mind back to June of last year when that 12-day war started, and it happened just a day before the 6th round of talks between Washington and Tehran, which I believe were also going to be held in Muscat. Knowing President Trump as you do, and knowing how he operates and how he thinks, do you think we might be, here we are on the eve of this round of talks. Do you think President Trump might be going for that element of surprise again?
It's quite possible, but I do think he's made it clear he wants to be known for settling disputes. Now, this is a dispute between the United States and Iran, so ultimately he has more influence on this. It's not like Ukraine and Russia where he and the United States have influence, but we're not a party to the actual conflict. But I do think President Trump would love to come out of this with a better deal, but it would have to be more substantial than the JCPOA, the original one, that he elected to withdraw in the first place. So I do think there's room on the U.S. side to basically compromise, but it's going to have to be more stringent than the one that we got out of, or he'll just be criticized for why did we do that in the first place. But I do think there's a capability here. But obviously, with this level of buildup in this region, it's clear to me, at least, that the U.S. is seriously looking at the option of major military action against Iran. And that, I think, is one of the things that's is putting a lot of pressure on Iran prior to this meeting tomorrow.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulroy, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now, Ukraine, Russia and the United States have had a second day of trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi. And while all eyes are on the outcome, one man who might meet the Russian President Vladimir Putin soon is the French President Emmanuel Macron. Well, President Macron last spoke with President Putin in July. That was their first conversation since the full-scale war in Ukraine began. Well, that comes after President Macron sent his top advisor to the Kremlin this week, and after he urged EU allies not to feel sidelined by the US when it comes to taking part in peace talks over Ukraine. Well, we're joined here in the studio by Nathalie Goulet, who is a French senator and a friend of the programme. Welcome to the studio. Nice to see you in person,
yes,
Senator
thank you
Goulet.
for having me.
We were talking just a moment ago on the programme about how everyone is focused on what's happening in Abu Dhabi, these trilateral talks taking place between Russian, Ukrainian, American delegations, with a view to somehow finding an end to the war in Ukraine. And it looks as though France is gearing up to re-engage with Moscow. A top Élysée advisor by the name of Emmanuel Bonne visited Moscow earlier this week, could be paving the way for talks, direct talks between Presidents Putin and Macron, the first since February 2022, which everyone remembers at that great big long table. Do you think those two men should meet, or is it too soon?
Something must happen. I mean, we cannot let the situation like that. You know, it's from bad to worst. And I think that France has been away of the talks, like European Union, by the way. And it's maybe time to try something.
So what do you think those two men can achieve?
Right now, I think that what happened in Abu Dhabi is really, really important. But, I mean, we need a fortune teller. We don't know. We don't know what Putin wants to do. We don't know where Zelensky can go. We don't know what President Trump wants to do. And, you know, it's a wave. One day we are hopeful, and then we are desperate. And I think that it's a very, very tricky situation.
How do you think it will go down in the French public and with the French political class, the optics of President Macron standing side by side with President Putin?
Well, I think personally that the empty chair is not a policy. I mean, we have to talk. I mean, diplomacy is to talk. And in the past, France was known to speak to everybody. So we have to be back to this policy and speak to everybody, including Russia, including Putin.
Do you think President Macron does have potentially some influence over President Putin?
I hope so. But you know, the consideration of Mr. Putin is one thing. The place of the French president, according to what I think, is to discuss with him and have a direct dialogue with him. As I told you previously, empty chair is not a policy.
Do you think France and the European Union feel a bit lonely at the moment? There have been obviously extremely strained ties with Russia, but at the same time, ties with Washington are quite strained and have been quite strained lately. How would you describe the state of relations between Paris and Washington?
It's a choice that they did. And then, you know, if you are looking on the map and the weight of European Union is almost nothing. They are not able to have a common policy. They don't have a defense. I mean, it's difficult. And I think that Putin prefers strong people like President Trump and doesn't consider European Union as a partner. So we have to be back to our seat. And as I told you, France is a member of the Security Council, and there is no way that France and the French president has not to speak with President Putin.
Do you think Europe as a whole feels threatened at the moment?
I think it's a result of their weakness. I mean, you get the result of your policy.
What do you think we learned from the whole Greenland saga? What did that tell us about European unity?
That we are to work on it more strongly, and especially European defense policy, and to find a common goal again. Because European Union is a very, very important area, and we have all tools to have a strong weight in matter of international policy, which we don't have right now. So maybe it's a bloody test that we have to think about that and react. I think that President Macron decided to put on the table a new defense policy, including the European Union, and have at least European defense policy and put a lot of money on the table, which is exactly the reaction that the European Union had after or during the Ukrainian war.
How do you think the whole Greenland saga went down in France? What was the reaction amongst the political class, amongst the public? Do you think there was a great sense of shock that things had come to this point?
Well, I think that the French people are very, very busy with the daily routine and a lot of trouble, like farmers have problems, that economic problem, like institutional disorder too, political election coming soon. I think it's not a priority.
So the French opening a consulate in Greenland, which I believe is happening this week, perhaps not something that's going to capture the headlines in France?
I don't think so.
You're making it sound like France is in a real mess at the moment. Is that how it feels?
We are not expecting that I criticize my country, but it's a fact that we can witness some trouble, and everybody can see it everywhere. So you are talking about Greenland. I'm answering you that we have other priorities. That's all. We have a very serious agriculture crisis, almost two, and we are election coming soon. So that are our priorities now.
It's been reported this week that the offices of Elon Musk and his company X, formerly known as Twitter, were raided in Paris. And I'm just wondering what your understanding is of why those raids took place.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I think it's a proceeding and you have independent justice. So I don't know the process. I don't know the proceeding. I don't know why. I have no idea.
Some of the reports suggested there was political interference and that X, or Twitter as it used to be called, was somehow involved. I mean, does it feel like France is undergoing a period in which its affairs are being interfered with by external parties? Is that how it feels?
I don't think so. I'm not very comfortable with your question because I'm not sure of the answer that I can provide. So I will pass on it.
Okay. You're quoted as saying that France is bankrolling some of its enemies. And you've said that with specific reference to the Muslim Brotherhood.
Oh, yeah.
How is France funding its enemies and why, more to the point?
Well, we have the same problem in Britain and a lot of things. We have a lot of charity, we have NGO, and so some of them are getting some public financing, less and less, but still, and especially European financing. And they have a strong link with the Muslim Brotherhood that I'm fighting very strongly. So yes, it's exactly what I said. Mm-hmm.
And what's being done about it? Is President Macron's government taking this issue seriously?
Oh, very seriously. We had an internal report about their dangerosity and how they were involved in many phases of the daily life, like sport, like NGO, like culture, like even politics, maybe in elections too. They may have candidates somewhere. So, yes, we are very seriously conscious of the problem and their dangerosity. We passed a law to control the financing 2 years ago already. The Minister of Justice and Minister of Interior did a lot. And we closed some mosques. We also kick out some predicator or imam linked with the Muslim Brotherhood. And now we have to work more on the European financing. It's the main issue right now. And you know that Assemblée Nationale also vote a resolution to put the Muslim Brotherhood on the list of the terrorist list, which has no real legal effect now, but political, it's a signal.
Okay. But when you look at policies like DEI, as they call it in America, diversity, equity, and inclusion, something that President Trump has spoken out a lot against, in fact, do you think perhaps that goes some way towards explaining the rise of populism and, for example, the far right in countries, including in France?
Oh, most probably, yes. Most probably, yes. I mean, the people will definitely prefer have a sense of national priority. You know, it's something in time of crisis. It's very understandable, and it's why it brings the far right so easily everywhere. I mean, not only in France, but in some other countries too.
If there was an election in France tomorrow, the National Rally would probably win, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think, is that something that worries you?
I mean, we are all guilty for that. After 20 years in the Parliament, I probably have my part of the responsibility in that. Maybe I didn't do my work good enough to prevent that, and I'm not the only one. And I think that everybody has to make his own personal investigation to know how we miss something that bring now the National Front to the power. I mean, we are all responsible of the situation.
It's not clear if Madame Le Pen will be leading her party into the election or not. Depends on the appeals process because she may be banned for 5 years from public office. But 2027, obviously, only next year, so the election is coming around soon. Why do you think, in the case of France, a party like the National Rally has managed to gain so much support?
I was talking 5 minutes ago about the crisis in a rural area, and I think that we have a lot of crises, and we also have a lot of migrant issues, and I think that people want to get back to their or look for their identity. And the program led by Mrs. Le Pen is ringing to them, and that they agreed to this program, and which is always the same things, which is a national priority. And when you see the situation, some people have a retired fund like €500 a month, and then you will have workless people or migrant people or whatever having almost the same without having the citizenship, without having any work, with a lot of social security and social health care that the other one will not have as they work all their life. This kind of inequality, you cannot discuss with the people having the feeling that they are downgraded in their own country. Even it's not exactly the reality, even you can argue, you can explain, but the feeling, maybe it's not cold, but you feel cold. Maybe you are not insecure, but you feel insecurity. The feeling of the things is something that you cannot matter. I mean, the people, they just have this feeling, and it's very, very difficult to explain them that maybe they are wrong, because most part of the time they are not so wrong. They are not exactly right, but they are not very wrong. You know what I try to explain.
Sure. And obviously immigration has been a key issue in elections across the world in the last decade or so, yes. Notably in the United States recently, but also
everywhere.
In the UK, everywhere. Italy as well. Who do you think the French public blame? Do you think they blame the French government? Do you think they blame Europe? Where does blame lie?
Everybody. But the French government, of course, and the incapacity of the European Union to have a common policy, and probably the weakness of different government on the subject, and illegals, we have so many of them.
Okay, well, we appreciate you sharing that with us and sharing your thoughts on all those other subjects as well. French Senator Nathalie Goulet, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Her journey to space was always about much more than the view.
It was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space.
1, 2, 3, take us space!
Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did.
He had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. He told me that he had one of the best days of his life. Everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat.
What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful, and it should be protected.
Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Al Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Donbas. Here's why it matters. The Donbas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Donbas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a frontline even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Donbas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Donbas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Donbas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
Mr. Mann, thank you so much for this interview. Trump, of course, is dominating the conversations, but also, I mean, there are many geopolitical themes that are impacting businesses these days.
Sure.
Through your conversations here in Davos, what do you think are the most geopolitical themes that would impact doing business globally and also for the Arab region where I come from?
Well, it's wonderful to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me along. So you're absolutely right. Every conversation I've had, every panel I've joined as a moderator or as a speaker, and every discussion I've engaged with has really honed in on this idea of geopolitical disruption. And so when I reflect on those discussions, what has really come out is this one particular theme. The only constant in the world today is change. And it's the pace of change. We've seen that really also pick up over the last few weeks with all of the disruption in the world that's been caused by geoeconomics and geopolitics. So what is it that businesses are doing to respond to this? I think we're talking about a theme of diversification. When you look at businesses, they realize that over-reliance on any single economy, on any single market, any single business partner is a vulnerability for them. So they're diversifying who they're doing business with, where their data resides, where their funds flow. And that is a big theme that is coming out of the discussions that I'm having.
If we look at what has happened over the past few months, the tariff story was big and it's continuing with us. But if we look at what has happened, the effective tariff rate in the US has gone up from around 4% maybe to 17%. But the US economy is doing well. So who is bearing the cost of these tariffs and how has it impacted multinationals that have businesses all around the world?
Sure. So the reality is, I think we're still waiting for the full impact to be felt. But if you look ahead, it is likely to have an impact on many stakeholders. It'll impact on consumers in the States. It'll impact on importers into the US. It'll impact exporters to the US. I think everyone's going to be picking up their share of the burden here. And so when you think about what companies are doing, they're really having to think about tariffs as a business critical issue in a way that they haven't done. If you reflect on sort of the past, people weren't talking about tariffs, people weren't talking about customs. It has now become a front and centre issue for all businesses. C-suite are having to think about it. And so if you're a company doing business in the global environment today, you have to invest to understand the real dynamics at play within the customs world. You need to understand the rules around origin, and you need to understand the rules around valuation and classification as well. That requires a lot of homework from companies in today's context and environment.
The issue is we're not only living with tariffs, but also with sanctions, with so many disruptions to global supply chains. So how are supply chains being impacted by that?
It's a good question, because national security
wasn't something that businesses had to think about historically. But national security and geopolitics has really entered the boardroom, its dead centre, within the agenda of companies today. And it started permeating the business world and the business regulatory space. So we've talked about tariffs. Never used to be a national security issue, it has become one. But for some time, export controls have been another area that companies have had to reflect on, where you have a variety of rules on what you can export out of your country, whether it's technology, software or goods. Similarly, we have sanctions rules about whom you can do business with, whether it's business partners or markets and countries, that came to the fore under the Russia sanctions, where you had countries like even Switzerland, Taiwan and South Korea, which didn't particularly have a reputation of imposing sanctions, they suddenly introduced them as well. But then you get things like foreign investment regulations and ESG regulations. So national security has really permeated the business landscape.
Are you worried about what we're hearing, the exchange between the US and the EU about tariffs, extra tariffs and opposing tariffs? I mean, how do these geopolitical themes that we are witnessing today impact different sectors? Which sectors do you think are most vulnerable to that?
So we're still waiting to see what will be the response from the Europeans. Today, there's been a lot of noise around the corridors here in Davos about, will there be retaliatory tariffs? Will there be, an investigation launched by the Europeans under the anti-coercion instrument? We will wait to see. But when you do get this sort of trade conflict emerging between trade giants, business really have to think about how to navigate that adeptly. It requires thought, it requires preparation, but it also requires an ability to respond swiftly with a degree of nimbleness and agility as well.
We have the possibility of extra tariffs by the US over its European traditional partners, and the EU is threatening to hit back with tariffs. Within these geopolitical themes that we are hearing about, which do you think are the sectors that are most impacted by this?
A really good question. So in terms of the precise response, we're waiting to see what the Europeans will do. Obviously, if you walk around the corridors here at Davos, you hear about suggestions of counter-retaliatory tariffs. There's some suggestion that there could be an investigation launched by the EU under the anti-coercion instrument. But we'll wait to see what the precise measures are. As to the sectors impacted, it's impacting multiple sectors. It'll partly depend on which sectors have tariffs imposed on them, but that could impact, the variety of sectors like consumer goods, agricultural. But then the broader trade wars that are emerging between trading giants is impacting energy, defence, technology, even healthcare. So I don't think any sector is immune from this. They need to prepare in advance and think about it and how to respond with nimbleness and agility. Unfortunately,
it's going to affect everyone involved. Thank you so much for this interview.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
One, two, three. Taking up space!
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur, and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bowe, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years. And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun. That's 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Hey! You're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? Looks like.
Oh!
In circle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this.
I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
Oh, there are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASTAR facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3. But when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, But one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes. I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to 2 individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
I struggled to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength, because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, he said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and returned back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you were going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, and like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs, and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't, and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, it's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. You know, I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason, and we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA, and in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, Riz. My community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party, and they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college, she's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative. And I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you are brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for that. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you're going to get up, you're going to be present, you're going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges, I had a lot of failures, I had a lot of setbacks, but it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, you know, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. You know, we make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. You know, running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, we made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught Lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some Lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes, so from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society, And then these things became more common. I mean, I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about space flight, what we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate. It's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in the suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and they check some people's pockets and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. This is then you are affecting the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. So they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram. And the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. This place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody, My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication, so now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. Moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
There's been intense debate and misinformation about whether Alex Preddy, the Minneapolis man killed by ICE agents, was armed when he was shot. And a lot of that hinges on one big question: where was the gun? Here's what evidence says. Federal officials claim Preddy approached agents with a handgun and threatened them.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
But multiple videos from the scene show something different. Preddy is seen holding a phone, not a gun, moments before the confrontation. One widely shared clip even shows an agent searching his body after shots were fired and saying, "Where's the gun?" So what happened? Video and forensic analysis suggests that Preddy was disarmed by an agent. In this video, you can see an officer removing a gun from Preddy's waistband while he was on the ground. And then 10 shots were fired. Seconds after the first shot is fired, the officer in a gray jacket is heard saying, "I got the gun," and walks towards the officers surrounding Preddy. Crucially, no video so far shows Preddy waving or pointing a gun at officers before he was shot. Legal experts and bystanders point out, carrying a gun with a permit is legal in Minnesota, and carrying is not the same as threatening. So far, there is no available footage showing a Preddy aiming or displaying a weapon, evidence that would be required to support claims he posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.